guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
It says we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Here comes a Friday. Yeah, everybody loves a Friday, right? TGIF, as you look forward to the weekend. What's on tap? Yeah, undoubtedly, college football action will be big on many people's list. And it'll be a bit different this weekend, especially in certain parts of the country. Yeah, many areas where we've had very unusually warm football weather. Some folks are going to be breaking out the heavy-duty winter attire to attend games this coming weekend. We may even see some football being played in the snow. That's a possibility. All right, get things off and rolling here. First things first, though. Yes, we conclude Veterans Day for 2021. Again, I know we've said it a number of times, but thank you for all those who have served in the past, those who are serving today, in all the various branches of the military. I hope you had a wonderful day. I did see a post earlier from Captain Ron. Trying to remember, I don't have it before me, but he made his way out to Bob Evans, had himself, I think it was like the chicken fried steak, and later, I guess that was his breakfast. Later in the day, made his way to, whatever, I can't remember, chili, some sort of a Cajun pasta chicken sort of thing. Then for his finale later in the day, I think he hit up another restaurant. I think it was at Applebee's. So, yeah, he said, I ate like a king today. Well, you know, and someone posted there, well, I hope you enjoyed. You really deserved it. But chicken, chicken, chicken. All three of his meals today included some sort of chicken. Happy Veterans Day. And we've got an active storm track combined with a prolonged blast of cold air in the east. That's going to be bringing opportunities for a lot of folks. Many of the Appalachians, the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. We may see our first snowflakes of the season. Now, even though accumulations are not expected everywhere, yeah, some of you may need to dust off those shovels, get ready for the upcoming season. Yeah, some portions of the Great Lakes have already experienced their first accumulating snow, where we saw the lake effect snow machine kind of get tuned up a little bit last week. Now, there's more of that in the offing. However, while the Great Lakes region gets hit with some snow, Mother Nature will spread the wintry weather and bring some of the first snow of the season to a broader area over the next several days. Two main features to watch that could bring a general swath of snow. For some, this could mean at least a couple of inches. For others, it may just be the first few flakes mixing in for a pretty scene, maybe mixing in with some rain. The first system moving through Saturday into Saturday night, the same system that brought into the snowstorm into the northern plains and parts of Canada, which, as a matter of fact, tonight continues to bring snow and some really ugly conditions. Eastern half of North Dakota, South Dakota, parts of Minnesota. Matter of fact, we even have some blizzard warnings in place. They're in northeastern South Dakota and the adjoining counties in west central Minnesota. Here's what we're looking at. I just pulled this up. Blizzard warning remains in effect until 6 o'clock in the evening, 6 p.m. Central Time, Friday. Blizzard conditions. Now, additional snow, 2 to 4 inches, but winds gusting to 55 miles per hour. So, yeah, obviously plan on slippery road conditions, patchy blowing snow, significantly reduced visibility, they tell us there. Outside the areas of snow, high wind warnings for much of Nebraska, pretty much the entirety of South Dakota. The surrounding areas outside of the actual blizzard warnings, pretty widespread winter weather advisories from north central and northwestern Iowa, about the western half of Minnesota, on up into much of northern Minnesota. You've got winter storm warnings for some of those northernmost counties there, where you'll see heavier accumulations, more than just a nuisance snowfall. So that's Saturday into Saturday night. As that storm moves through the northeast, more widespread rain and snow will break out across parts of the region. The timing of this feature makes a big difference in the forecast. In areas that get the precip during the day, Saturday, temperatures probably going to be warm enough to just fall as a cold rain. Once the sun goes down, that's when things change over. Now, later Saturday afternoon and Saturday night, more widespread snow could occur. This is where we have the chance to bring some accumulating snow to much of the Catskills, Adirondacks, Berkshires, the Green, the White Mountains. Could even bring a small amount of snow to the Poconos and the lower elevations from the upper Hudson Valley on into interior New England. The good news, this isn't going to be moving along pretty quickly. So it'll move in, move out. With the fast-moving nature, that's going to cut down on the accumulations. For some, it'll be just a slushy coating of snow. Other areas, maybe an inch or two. But this time of year, roads have pretty much yet to have any sort of a treatment on them. There's no base, so it doesn't take much to turn things rather slippery, even with minor accumulations. Once that first storm moves on, the next comes in right on its heels. This will be an Alberta Clipper system. Another quick-moving system. Not a whole lot of moisture for it to work with, but that one's going to race across the northern plains before diving southward toward the central Appalachians Sunday into Sunday night. By the time we get to Monday, though, energy from this storm could turn up the East Coast, generating a new storm. If it does come together quickly enough, it could bring some widespread accumulating snow to some of the interior areas, even at lower elevations, portions of the I-95 corridor. You may get your first flakes of the season. Again, the timing and track of the storm makes a big difference in who will and who will not see the snowfall there. Meanwhile, one thing we know is when that Alberta Clipper begins crossing the Great Lakes, lake effect snows are going to be ongoing across the Great Lakes on Sunday as that Clipper dives southward. Rain and snow showers coming off the lakes could become even more widespread. Yeah, we've got a scenario that could lead to maybe even a slippery morning commute to start next week. Pittsburgh to Harrisburg, PA, up into Albany, New York. All depends on where that secondary area of low pressure develops. Developing further offshore, we won't see much of any precip. Developing closer to the shore, or maybe even slightly onshore, that's where you've got the better chance of seeing more widespread snowfall. All right, I want to touch on the Great Lakes. Yeah, the lake effect snow machine. They're making it sound like this thing's really going to begin to kick this weekend and on into early next week as that colder air rushes across behind this first storm and then the Alberta Clipper. Yeah, sandwiched in between two separate periods. Could be another storm that brings snow to more than just the lake effect snow belts. All right, Friday night into Saturday, so 24 hours from now, lake effect snow bands will primarily be found across Michigan, downwind of Lake Superior and Lake Ontario. Yeah, the coldest air will have yet to arrive across the region for this first round. So as a result, from Friday night into Saturday, areas closer to the lakeshore probably may only receive some rain. Snow may be limited to the UP of Michigan and interior portions of the lower peninsula. The shifting winds will prevent heavy bands from sitting over any particular area for any extended duration, so that's going to cut down on accumulations. But that first wave of lake effect snow, yeah, most areas that get accumulating snow will pick up just a coating, maybe a few inches. As that low pressure exits by Saturday night, lake effect rain and snow bands begin to set up off of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. So we'll be mixing in upstate New York, a few fluffy inches or slushy inches, I should say, in some spots inland from the lakes. Yeah, part of the reason there won't be significant accumulation with this first batch has to do with the lakes themselves. Even though the U.S. is deep into the fall, the waters of the Great Lakes haven't really got the message just yet. Very warm, above normal temperatures for this time of year. The shallower waters near shore are even running higher than normal. Buffalo's water temperature right now is running about 54 degrees, a good 10 degrees above where it would typically be this time of year. So wind shear in lake effects essentially shreds the lake effect bands and prevents them from becoming well organized, while this clipper sweeping across the Great Lakes Sunday to Sunday night may cause a bit of wind shear to disrupt some of the snow bands. It may bring its own accumulating snow, which could cause some slippery conditions across the region, even without the lake effect bands. Areas downwind of the eastern Great Lakes, from southern Ontario to northeast Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and, as always, upstate New York, those are the areas that will see the brunt from this second round of lake effect snow. All things considered, a large portion of the Great Lakes region will likely receive at least a coating of snow at some point in the coming days. Areas that get several rounds of snow across several days will pick up at least several inches of snow. Could be talking about some travel problems along I-80 or I-90. Be prepared for pockets of slippery road conditions and reduced visibility. They do point out one particular hazard that could rise is snow squalls that can quickly reduce visibility to near zero, creating icy, snow-covered roads in very short order with very little warning. And again, since it's still late in the fall, most roads haven't been treated for snow and ice yet. That could further elevate the potential for hazardous road conditions. So there you go. Get ready for some colder air coming in. We'll check elsewhere around the country. Give you more on the little Alberta Clipper system that's going to be coming our way. Yeah, that's a term we're all familiar with when they roll into the winter months. They dive in out of Canada, shot of cold air. They, most of the time, don't have a whole lot of moisture to tap into. So in most areas, generally, it's just more of a nuisance. You see a lot of winter weather advisories coming from those little Clipper systems. All right, as we get things underway on a Friday, who's checking in? We've got our Facebook and YouTube friends there. Check it out, overnightdriveradio.com. Hello to Roy. Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Pappy is joining us this morning. Yes, it is Friday. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Richard checking in from Central Florida, where he's got a comfortable 72 degrees this hour. 007 checking in from Remington, Indiana. Checking in from the Petro truck stop there. Bidu is on board. Morning, Steve. And Chris, yes, Chris Gabrelchik joins us here momentarily. I know you've all been anxiously anticipating, right? 58 degrees, kind of windy here in Rochester, New York, waiting on those loads back to Youngstown. Zorro said, let's roll. Afternoon and hammer down from Larry as usual. Eskimo Mom, hey there, happy Friday. Got my training class in thanks to an awesome account manager and staff willing to let me get it done. Cooling off here in West Central Ohio. It was 53 hours ago. We're down to 45 now with clear skies in Troy, Ohio. All right, let's see. Hello, Luke. Let's go, Brandon. Santa Claus on board, 63 degrees. Some consistent rain falling here in Portland, Oregon tonight. Happy Friday, Steve, and nice to listen in tonight for a while. Just got a regular driver's license for the first time in 50 years. I can no longer drive a big truck. Doyle is with us. Hello, Doyle. Welcome aboard here on a Friday morning. Let's see. Mr. Q is on board. Good to have you with us. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Pete checking in. Good evening from Sioux Falls, South Dakota tonight. And lastly, at this moment, Captain Ron checking in this morning. So you're still up. After all that food, right? You're still up. Hope you enjoyed your Veterans Day Semper Fi, Captain Ron. Yeah, Chris Gabrelchik joins us here on a Friday morning. Probably got lots to cover. It's been a very, very busy schedule last week, right on the heels of, first of all, the Apex show and the SEMA show taking place in Las Vegas. We'll get all the very latest what's going on. Jump on in here around the country at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, let's get this party started here on a Friday morning. Out of the box here, 12th day of November. We are less than 2 weeks from Thanksgiving Day. It's unimaginable. The holidays are upon us. Hello, boss. What's going on, Chris?
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing, buddy?
I can't complain. Another week almost in the books here. So, yeah, how about you? It's been a pretty busy schedule as of late, huh?
It's been very hairy. I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to get on the radio tonight because I have to get a flight tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. I thought, wow, if I'm up all night, will I be able to get on a plane and drive to the airport and do all that stuff? But
really?
I'm going to take a chance on it.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you can't make it to the entire 5 a.m., you feel free to just do what you got to do. If you get tired, you can just. But it's great to have you on board. First things first, I wanted to ask, big show last week, Las Vegas. How'd things go? I guess you were spending more time at the Apex show versus the SEMA show. Is that correct?
Yep, it's a giant show. There's actually two convention centers. One's the Las Vegas Convention Center, and that's where SEMA is. The other one is at the Sands Convention Center, and that's where the Apex is. So Apex is more about like purchasing agents. You can go to either one. If you get a pass to one, you go to both of them. They have to shuttle one in between them. But at the Apex, it's more about the purchasing agents, and there's a lot more, corporate type of things, I think. SEMA is much more cool. Everybody sets up there all the newest cars. They have a lot of, custom built cars and that type of thing. And you can literally buy anything from a knob to, a dashboard to a new motor to a complete car. It's the coolest thing ever because every part of the car industry is there. And just so big, it's kind of hard to do it even in a couple, 3 days. SEMA was packed. SEMA had people coming and going like all day. Apex, on the other hand, was not very well attended. I would say maybe 1/5 or 1/4 of the people that are normally there.
Really?
So it was not very much fun.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's okay. It's not open to the public. It's only for professional mechanics, people that own shops, people that are in the business. So the last day of the show, they opened it up to the public and let everybody come in. But normally, it's a business-to-business type thing. Everybody, asking questions, talking about business. And it's really the place to go and make deals and buy equipment, everything from a tire changer to, if they're looking for a new line or something. But it's also a place to learn about everything that's new. I think a lot of the car manufacturers have, like, this is our latest release. This is what we're doing with the new Ford Raptor or whatever. It's just a big deal.
Okay, well, let me see here. I know that I saw that Kyle had linked up here that you picked up some new independent dealers there at the SEMA show last week. Shout out to Justin, Brandon, the guys at North Carolina Diesel Performance in Mount Eula, North Carolina. That's a new dealer that signed up at the SEMA show. Shout out to Matthew Polk at Track Unlimited, in Fort Mill, South Carolina. They signed up at the SEMA show, and I guess we had one started, new dealer via Facebook that just started on Wednesday. Reds Automotive in Ocala, Florida. Stop by and see Patrick Souderland, and he can now hook you up with Hot Shot Secret products. So some new dealers did come on board there at the SEMA show.
So we did great at the SEMA show as far as dealers. They were busy from morning until night. that's where Kyle was with, half of our team. We had two booths, one at SEMA and then one at Apex. And they had the Hot Shot Secret truck at the SEMA booth. So a lot of people were coming by to talk about that and ask questions, but then they would see the products and ask questions about the products. And so they were busy all day. Now on our side, we weren't busy at all. So we were out looking at what's new and talking to the other manufacturers, trying to find out what's happening in the industry. We usually use that as an opportunity ourselves to find out, if there's anything new and exciting, something that we might want to jump into or investigate or do R&D on. So it was, that part of it was good because we weren't so busy. We had time to see all the other booths. And that's just really a good time to network and talk to everybody. And we had a lot of, meetings, dinner dates, and, lunches, vendors and things like that, large customers that we want to get to, get to see them face to face. Ever since COVID hit, hardly anybody does that kind of business anymore. Everybody's, just straight up with the Zoom type calls. It just changed the way we do business.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know you've got us on
So it was a good chance to get to hear one.
I'm sorry, you've got us on speakerphone, but you sound kind of distant. I don't know if you could get it a little maybe closer to you, because I think people are probably having a hard time catching you there.
Okay, let me see if I can fix that. I lost my computer, or my computer went down. So, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. Now, what'd you have to do? Pick it up and put it right up to your head or something?
No, I had my headphones on. My computer completely died, so I had to ship it out to get fixed yesterday. So I'm without any good equipment. Normally I have stuff down here to work with, so I didn't have anything. So I called and had my ear things on, the headphones, but I'll just stand around and walk around with the phone.
See, that's a pain in the butt, I know, right? But, well, I tried to call Kyle here about an hour ago, and because I thought, I know he's out on the road again this weekend. I thought, I haven't talked to him in a couple of weeks, and I wanted to maybe get an update. I know he's down in Tennessee, the Grand Hustle Racing, presenting the Come Up $250,000 Small Tire Invitational. This was scheduled for several weeks ago down at Crossville Dragway in Crossville, Tennessee. And this is a big one. One of our racing friends, Gary, called in last evening, and he said that's going to be quite the event. The largest no-prep drag racing event in history is going to be taking place starting today, Friday, Saturday. Organized by Grand Hustle, title sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, 256 of the nation's baddest small tire, no-prep racers have accepted the invitation to race for $250,000 there at the Crossville Dragway. And that's a big pot of money. So these guys are really going to be.
I was just going to say that's a big prize. You're going to get a lot of people coming in on that. $250,000. Yeah, that's incentive.
And he was kind of explaining that when they talk about no prep, to ensure that a truly unprepped surface, the cars will be starting from what would normally be the end of the track where you finish the race. They start there and racing toward the other end, so you've got a truly virgin racing surface. So sometimes that can be some scary racing, but it's awfully exciting. So, yeah, Kyle said Hot Shot Secret's proud to sponsor this record-setting event. He'll be there with the vendor booth, support all the Hot Shot Secret-sponsored racers, chasing that $250,000. So, hello to Kyle. Wow. If he's up with us out there tonight down in Crossville, Tennessee.
So we know Kyle's up. We know he's listening. So, Kyle, just call on in and give us some more information about everything that's going on.
Okay, all right.
He's addicted, Steve. He can't go to bed without listening to the show.
That's funny. Okay, all right. Well, I kind of wondered, but all right. Well, we're rolling toward news break, bottom of the hour. We got lots to cover here as we head into a Friday, get set for the weekend. Yeah, are you all set for Turkey Day? Have you got your bird yet, Chris?
We have everything way ahead of schedule, so we're set. we knew we were going to be gone. We were going to be out of town for a couple of weeks. So we got everything ready before we left. We're going to be I'm going to San Diego tomorrow and then Kansas for checking out a couple of colleges for our youngest. The last one left at home, then we'll be empty nesters. So we'll be getting in the day before Thanksgiving, put everything together and roll with it.
So you're taking a flight all the way to San Diego tomorrow? Oh boy.
I know. That's not my happy day. So it's all right. Well,
I'm guessing that's what
we had taken care of.
Probably like a 5.5 hour flight, something like that.
I think it's 7 hours.
Oh,
all
wow.
in
Wow.
Because you got to, yeah. These guys that fly to other countries and it's like 22 hours or 28 hours. I don't know how you do that.
Me either. Yeah, Stephen had to do that when he was, going back and forth to Germany and whatnot, those incredibly long flights. I mean, longest flight I've ever done is from Cincinnati to Las Vegas. And I mean, that 4+ hours, especially for a smoker, that's like, boy, oh boy, so. All right. Well, around the country, listening friends, jump on in here. Chris Gabrelchik, your chance to say hello. We'll get the latest what's going on around the country. It's 844-844-3388. Welcome into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After 9 days of testimony, the jury in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse will soon begin deliberations. The Illinois teenager is accused of shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them during riots last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after the death of George Floyd.
The evidence is closed, and we're going to break for the weekend at this point. Lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow.
Judge Bruce Schroeder, he says closing arguments will begin on Monday. Rittenhouse claims he acted in self-defense. The prosecution says he went to Wisconsin because he was looking for trouble. A U.S. appeals court has put off allowing Congress access to former President Trump's White House records regarding January 6th. There's a scheduled hearing coming up in 2 weeks on the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example, Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's our number, and lines are wide open there. Jump on in here on a Friday morning as Chris Gabrelchik joins us. Who else checking in here? Gilligan. Morning, Gilligan. Steve and fellow listeners, kind of a rainy night on I-81 in Dublin, Virginia. Home of the big Volvo plant that was on strike over the summer. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Buckeye Boy is checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Pleasant 57 degrees. Hello to Chris. Can't stay up too late tonight. I'll listen to the podcast for all the great questions and answers. Treated my oil last change with stick shit eliminator and put in the everyday diesel treatment last fill up. Everybody have a great night and a better weekend, and be careful out there. Let's see. Santa Claus checking in. Hello, Steve and Chris. Any new products for a highway mileage gasoline vehicles? I'm trying to keep our 2008 Prius on the road with 238,000 miles on it. Anything new out there?
Wow, it's pretty tough. Our gas, obviously the gasoline extreme is like every 3-4 tanks. And then we're coming out with a everyday version, kind of like we did with the diesel extreme, where this is your, your heavy duty dose. And then every tank you use your everyday VDT. So we're doing the same thing with the gasoline, where we're going to have a product that you could put in every tank and just keep your mileage up and keep the system clean, make sure everything's running best. So hopefully that'll be like first quarter of next year. In the meantime, obviously put FR3 in. If you haven't used stick eliminator, you should use that, even though it's not advertised heavily for gas. That's really what you need with 238,000 miles. You're only going to need about 8 to 10 ounces, and that's going to clean out, everything that's in there, any kind of stiction that's built up over those 200,000 plus miles. And then the gasoline extreme. So those two, you should see an improvement in your fuel economy. And it should run a little bit quieter too. I think normally at that point, they start to get a little bit more noisy. So hopefully we can clean that up too.
238,000 miles, though. That's that. I think you've got your money's worth out of that one there, Santa Claus, to say the least, right? All right, let me see here. Captain Ron is on board. He said, so my restaurant tour for Veterans Day consisted of Bob Evans, where I got the chicken fried steak dinner. Then about 5 miles down to Chili's is where I got the Cajun chicken pasta. Then next door to the Applebee's for the 3-cheese chicken pena pasta. Yes, I pigged out and then went home and hit the hay. So I guess Captain Ron had a good Veterans Day, right? At least as far as eating's concerned.
Well, Captain Ron must really love chicken. So, because he had chicken at all 3 places, so he must really love chicken. Exactly. But sounds like he had a great Veterans Day.
Chicken. All right. Well, for those who may not be familiar, Chris, I always forget to have you kind of introduce yourself, tell folks a little bit about Hot Shot Secret, the inception and whatnot, and of course how things have grown. Your LSI Chemical, and you're continuing to expand the business. If you want to give us that breakdown there.
Sure. Lubrication Specialties was started almost 25 years ago. Next year it'll be our 25th anniversary. But originally we did a lot of industrial commercial work, mostly in factories, looking for ways to optimize, their lubricant program or troubleshoot problems that they're having that were, somewhere related to lubricants or what we call tribology. In 2004, 2005, we got a call from Navistar where they were having difficulty with the Ford 6-liter engines. Those injectors on there have a oil side, which had difficulty building up this stuff we call stiction. It's a sticky friction. It's burnt hydrocarbons that leave behind this. First it starts off with like a brown layer, then it turns into like a crapped up oil stuff, just like you'd imagine burnt up oil. Mm-hmm. And that was keeping the injectors from working correctly. So we made the first product, our very first product, that was what made for them. They tested it for about 2 years after we, came up with the final formula, and it fixed the problem 9 times out of 10. But by that point, I think Ford was not happy with them and ended up making their own engines. And then they kind of lost interest in the project. So we came out with the first product, which was, at the time was just called Hot Shot Secret. Later on, we made that a brand name and called it Stiction Eliminator. And then that's when we came out the Diesel Extreme. So our focus is primarily in the diesel market, and we try to find problems that are out there in the industry and try to come up with solutions for them. And when there was a lot of problems with not having enough lubricity in the fuel, we came up with lubricity additives. And then there was these internal diesel injector deposits. We came up with a product that would clean those out. Now we work towards, other areas like our FR3 is a performance enhancer. Goes in the engine oil, gives you better fuel economy, makes your engine run better, reduces the wear by 47%. It's a really great product for, a decent price. And that's usually, those are the areas that we focus on. We got into the high performance market because, we're in a category that we call snake oil, because it's on the shelf with other products that you really can't determine what they do. They make a lot of claims, but they don't put a lot of testing out. So we really wanted to prove that we were the best of the best and that what we had was truly different, like a professional strength product. So we started doing the racing just to really show that we can withstand the hardest application in the world. And that's the racing circuit. It wasn't necessarily like a money-making arena to go into because the volumes of oil that they use is really pretty small. It was really just to demonstrate how good the products were. And then that spawned off a whole new line of racing oils, transmission fluids and gear oils. What we didn't anticipate at the time was how much really good research and development we can get from the racers. Once we started making partnerships with them, we had access to a lot more technology as far as dynos and understanding of the inner workings of the engine that we couldn't get in our lab. They're obviously very vested in their engines and in the performance. So we were able to go to them and try different formulas out and say, how did this one do? How did this one do? And with that partnership, we were able to come up with a whole new line of products that the engine oils and the gear oils and transmission fluids that we use. And then we take those same products and use them in semi-trucks or pickup trucks or cars. So the technology moves all the way through the industry. That's, where we're at now today. We've got a full, research and development, lab there's probably more than $1 million worth of equipment in there. We do our own blending, our own packaging. There's probably 75 to 80 people working there now. We just opened up another building because we needed more room in Mount Gilead. So the business has really expanded, and I think it's because the products work so well that the word of mouth has, just kind of spread, because it's really difficult to know what works and what doesn't work. So you do rely on other people to tell you. Now, that's one of the areas that we maybe did things a little bit different than the other companies, is we really focused on the education of the product line. My feeling, and you probably remember this 10 years ago when I was on the show, but I would say, I'm in this business as a certified lubrication specialist. And if I walked into an O'Reilly's or an AutoZone, I don't know that I can determine what half those products do or what they are. I mean, you can read the labels, but to try to really figure out what it is, it's really difficult. So, I can imagine that the ordinary everyday guy going in there saying, oh my gosh, there's 4,000 different additives in here. Which one do I use? We try to put together a program where we explained everything out. We're extremely transparent. We put, white papers together for those that want to do a deep dive. We'll tell all the facts and the figures and put that out for everybody to read. We put all that education on our website. We mail it out. We email it. But the idea is just to bring like a new level of transparency and education to this whole market, so that people understand it is a different kind of product.
There you go. That is Hot Shot Secret. That's where it all started. And now I think the product focus yesterday, from your Hot Shot Secret Live weekly feed via Facebook and YouTube, you now have the 10W30 Diamond, I believe it is. Is that the blue diamond oil that so many have been asking about?
Yep, that's the blue diamond. It was one of our goals was, by the end of the fourth quarter, to have a complete line of passenger car oils out. So a lot of the passenger car oils need a little bit less additive in them because of the catalytic converters. So it takes a more delicate touch when you're blending those products, and to get all the performance needs that you need. And one of the things that most of the listeners are familiar with is the fact that we use PAO base oils, which is a Group 4 base oil. That means that it's fully man-made. So a lot of the products that you see that say synthetic on them, or all the products on the shelf that say synthetic, are really like a cleaned up Group 2. In other words, when you refine the oil and you come out with a motor oil type product, you can take it and refine it again and make it even better. And that's what they're selling as synthetic today. What we're buying is a full man-made product that was, completely engineered so that every molecule is exactly the same. Where that comes in performance-wise, or what that means to anybody who's into that kind of motor oil, is the bonds between the carbon atoms are much stronger. It takes, a lot more work to break it down. When I say a lot more work, I mean like 8 to 10 times more work to break it down. So if you could just imagine in chemistry class when you've seen the carbon and hydrogen, as you put heat and pressure on there, those start to break in half and half and half, and that's what breaks down your oil. When you're using the full PAO synthetic, it's almost impossible to break it down, even after 1 million miles. I mean, it's just a really robust oil. Plus, it's got these characteristics where it's really thin under cold conditions. It doesn't thicken up like a regular mineral-based oil will. And then when it gets hot, it doesn't get as thin and runny as a mineral-based oil will. So that gives you a lot more opportunity to do some great things with it. It's always hard on these conversations to know where to start and stop that.
Yeah, I mean, so
I can talk all night about it, but I don't want to bore everybody.
You pay a little bit more. It's obviously full synthetic cost a bit more, but as far as your bang for the buck, you're talking about extending oil change intervals exponentially longer. The only thing what you recommend doing, like the oil testing or sampling, like every 10,000 miles to make sure your total base number is up to snuff. Is that the recommendation?
Yep, that's not even every 10,000, but every 20,000. You don't have to do it every time. What I normally do when we start off with a new fleet or a new vehicle, even in our own vehicles, we'll run an oil change or two, test it, and get a benchmark as to how long that vehicle can go on that kind of oil. So if we put in like our Blue Diamond 5W40 in this truck, it might be 80,000 miles before the lab says change this oil. But we could put it in a different truck and it might say 40,000. But once I get the benchmark, I know how often to do it. It doesn't really change a lot over the life of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the oil analysis, for those of you that don't know what those are, you send in a sample of the oil. It's like a 4-ounce bottle. It comes in a prepaid mailer, like a little box that you put it in. During your oil change, you just get a stream of oil. You send it in, and the lab, basically breaks it down to see what's in it. And they tell you how much iron's in it, how much zinc, how much tin, if there's brass or anything else showing up. And it gives you an indication if there's something going on inside your engine. Sometimes if fuel shows up, we can call you and say, hey, there's fuel. That means one of your injectors isn't working. Or sometimes you'll see a lot of silicon. The silicon comes from the air breather. It's just dirt, it's sand. So if you see a high number there, you normally will see a higher level of iron. And that just gives us a chance to call you and say, hey, there might be a rip in your air breather, or it might be a rip in the air filter. Something's going on where you're just getting in a higher level of dirt than you should be getting in, and that's causing abrasive wear in the engine. So it gives us an insight into all those things. They're like $20. It's worth doing a couple of them, no matter what. It's like getting a blood test. Once you see what's in there, you can find out if you're low on vitamin D or your iron level's too low or too high. It's just good to do every once in a while to see what's going on inside the engine.
All right. So the 10W30 now available at hotshotsecret.com. All right, we're going to get a quick timeout. Hey, everybody waiting for somebody else to be the first to call in. We got clear lines. I think the phone lines are operational correctly. I know you're out there listening in. This is the opportunity to, I mentioned we'd like to hear from folks that, especially those, because I've been kind of giving away your money, Chris. I give out them first-time caller codes, $60, especially for those who've never tried the product. Love to hear from some of you, maybe some testimonials. Chris is here. He can help you as far as anything when it comes to lubrication, transmission, anything that uses lubrication in your engines. You can dial us up at 844-3388. We celebrated, I don't know if you want to call it an anniversary, 1 week ago today. Hold that thought. We'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. the Overnight Drive.
All righty, thank you so much. Yeah, I knew they were out there. See, I've been just waiting. I'll let somebody else be first. So, CB, I believe is the handle. You get to be first out of the box. What's going on, CB?
Hey, what's going on, Steve? What's going on, Chris?
Happy Friday.
Hey, been using the product. Good. Yes, it is. But been using the product. The FR3 I've been putting in my 2021 Chevy Silverado with the 2.7 turbo, and then I also got the turbo in our Terrain. Now, I remember last time I talked to you, you said just use the FR3, and now should I be adding Stiction Eliminator in that too, or just the FR3?
Nope, just the FR3. The Stiction Eliminator has FR3 in it.
Right.
That's one of the components. But when you have a newer engine like that, we just want to treat it with the FR3. The Stiction Eliminator is made to clean things out. So we're looking for something that's got 100,000 miles or more on it to get in there and clean it up. You can use it on gas or diesel. But then, if it's fairly clean to begin with, the FR3 does the job for you.
Yeah. Now the Chrysler Pacifica we got, I used just the Stiction Eliminator in it, correct?
Correct. But how did that work?
But it's work. I'll tell you what. I think I might have told you a testimony about it. I'm just so impressed with getting over 30 miles a gallon. Because that's what I drive back and forth to work. It's about 100 miles a week I drive it, but that's the one I talk about the most. But of course we don't run the truck or the car that much, but I always just make sure that I'm use the additives, and then last week I ordered some more Stiction Eliminator. But I got plenty of it at home, but I just ordered just to keep it in stock. But then I got a couple of your sweatshirts. I got the Steve Sommers shirt. I finally got them in the size I needed, right?
There we go.
Yep.
You're my kind of guy. Keep that stuff in stock.
Yep. Yeah. But I appreciate everything you guys do, man. I would listen every night, just call in just every once in a while.
Well, thank you. That's great. I'm glad you're listening.
Thanks for checking in,
well, thank
CB.
you guys.
Yep,
Thanks for taking my call.
Be safe out there and have a great weekend. There you go. It was 1 week ago. I had a special guest on 1 week ago this morning, Chris. It was, if it wasn't for one of my listening friends, I would have forgot about it. But of course, we had election week last week, and last Friday morning was the 1-year anniversary of my final show on my previous gig at WLW. Did you realize that a year has come and gone?
No, I did not realize that. Man, that went fast.
So
how much we've gotten done in a year, though?
Well, I had Eric Dieters, the Bulldog, who had, I called him that first day because I was actually looking for some legal advice from him about whether I had any options as far as, legality, having been under a contract and whatnot that still had a couple of years left and all that. And of course, he's the one that I met the next morning at the Frisch's restaurant across the river in Kentucky. And, we were talking, and he actually offered me a job there at the time. And for a period, I talked about maybe trying to hook you up with him. And, long story short, it worked out where you took the bull by the horns. And here we are today. But Bulldog is doing well. It was nice of him to join us on the program. He sent me a message last evening, and I guess he's made the official announcement. He's actually thrown his hat into the ring. He's running for the governor of Kentucky, which I think that coming up next year. Very, very well known, of course, especially in northern Kentucky over there. But he's going to have to get the message out to the rest of the state. He'd be looking to pull in the likes of Trump supporters. So we'll see where that goes, but he did just send me the message about that last evening. But 1 year ago,
that would be really exciting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. Because there was
if you knew the governor of Kentucky, that would be really cool.
That is true, yeah. Yeah, especially to be a good friend with the governor of Kentucky, right? All right. So, yeah, I just wanted to share that. Yeah, the 1 year had come and gone. And, yeah, we went from November of 2020, the year from hell. You were pushing to try to get us up and running before the end of the year. And, as it worked out, we ultimately, I said, you know what? Let's just let 2020, it's been such a bad year, get in the books. I kind of begin to wonder, has 21 been a whole lot better than 2020? Because we're unbelievably still dealing with this whole, the COVID thing and the vaccine mandates. And it's just been another crazy year, 2 in a row. And of course, now with the new administration, the new president, the issues with inventory and the chain of the supply chain issues, inflation. I'm looking, California's gas prices, Chris, are 2 cents away from an all-time high. Prices up more again nationwide over the past 2 weeks. In the state of California, average price is $4.65 per gallon. Just 2 cents shy of the record they set there back in 2012. What's going on in this country, Chris? It's unbelievable.
2020 was rough, but 2021, I wouldn't put it ahead. I find myself in more of a bad mood in 2021 than 2020. I think it's just, it's everything that's hitting, it's just everything, the inflation, the administration, the vaccine stuff, the COVID thing doesn't seem to want to go away. I mean, I think it's how they're handling it, but I really do miss Trump. Somebody brought up the other day when we were talking about how even during the pandemic, when people were shut in and countries were shut down and things were at their worst time, we didn't have supply chain issues. I mean, everything got here. We didn't have to try to figure out where we're going to get bottles from. We just called and ordered them. They showed up. Now it's a major chore. It just, I don't know. It just seems really, really strange to me.
And all of us.
I heard somebody the other day say that, the way they gauge inflation today is not the way they did it 20, 30 years ago. They said back then they used to include everything, including like gasoline. So they take things out and they separate. And they said if you compared it today the way they used to, we would be looking at higher inflation rate than when Jimmy Carter was president.
Wow.
And they said, they're changing the numbers around to make it sound better than it truly is, that it's worse. And it's like, I feel that way. I mean, it just seems like everything is crazy expensive.
I think back in those days, they called it hyperinflation. And what I'm hearing, I mean, if they passed the infrastructure bill last week, and if they proceed with this reconciliation thing, what I'm hearing is you think inflation's bad now, just wait till they shove that socialist reconciliation bill through. Hey, we wrap up hour number one. Sam, we got you coming up first out of the news break. We'll get to Larry. Knucklebuster's on the line. Couple lines available at 844-3388, and several from the email bag, which if you'd like to throw a question our way via email, it's simply steve@hotshotsecret.com. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After 9 days of testimony, the jury in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse will soon begin deliberations. The Illinois teenager is accused of shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them during riots last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after the death of George Floyd.
The evidence is closed, and we're going to break for the weekend at this point. Lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow.
Judge Bruce Schroeder, he says closing arguments will begin on Monday. Rittenhouse claims he acted in self-defense. The prosecution says he went to Wisconsin because he was looking for trouble. A U.S. appeals court has put off allowing Congress access to former President Trump's White House records regarding January 6th. There's a scheduled hearing coming up in 2 weeks on the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
The United States honored Veterans Day with celebrations around the country. President Biden was at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. He called veterans the spine of America and promised to meet the sacred obligation owed to them.
Our veterans represent the best of America. You are the very spine of America, not just the backbone. You're the spine of this country. And all of us owe you.
A pair of powerful storm systems, including a rare November blizzard, are forecast to hit the northern United States. Blizzard warnings are in place for parts of northeastern South Dakota and western Minnesota through Friday night. Several inches of snow and wind gusts of up to 55 miles per hour could create whiteout conditions and difficult travel in the area as an intensifying windy storm, sometimes known as a November witch, is striking the region. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. A lot of people do not like their health plan right now, but great news, you're not stuck with it. There's another choice called MediShare, and it's a great option if you're self-employed or changing jobs or part of the gig economy. The typical family saves $500 a month with MediShare, and the customer satisfaction rate is double that of typical health insurance. Find out more, including how much you'll save. Just call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
Some basketball stars are speaking out against human rights violations in China.
Boston Celtics star Enes Kanter says he felt encouraged to speak out against China after the NBA supported players in fighting other injustices and human rights. Kanter using his social media platforms to call out and bring awareness to China's treatment of the Uyghur community, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. His comments and posts have caused a backlash in China, with the Celtics games being pulled by Chinese video streaming sites and the government criticizing the 29-year-old's comments. Kanter also calling out other athletes and celebrities on CNN.
There is so many athletes, so many actors, so many singers, and so many people who has a platform are speaking out many of the issues out there in the world. But when it comes to China, when it comes to China's Communist Party, they're scared because they care too much about money, they care too much about business, and they care too much about endorsement deals. To me, the human rights and saving people's lives comes first. So that's why I wanted to do this project.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Don't forget, you can listen to the news anytime by logging on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, back on a Friday, TGIF. Yeah, rolling into the 12th day of November. Yep, Thanksgiving just around the corner. Wow. And we mentioned an Alberta Clipper system. Our first of the season is going to be moving southeast through North Dakota into Minnesota Saturday. To the north of where that Clipper tracks, snow will fall with a mix of rain and snow to the south. Now, most areas are going to be above freezing, so that'll limit the accumulation. Grand Forks, Fargo, North Dakota, probably 1 to 3 inches of snow could fall. Now, by Saturday night, they tell us, much of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, and even northern Indiana will receive some snow. Maybe even measurable. Now, that doesn't mean a big snow. I mean, technically, if it's more than 1/10 of an inch, that's considered a measurable snow. That Clipper eventually moves into the northeast by Sunday. However, there will be a lead system that may bring some snow ahead of that incoming Clipper. The air in the northeast, not quite as cold as it is further to the west. But that's not going to eliminate the chance of snow. Areas across the interior northeast, especially the higher elevations, will see temperatures drop to sub-freezing levels overnight this weekend. There's going to be an area of low pressure developing, moving into New England Saturday night. We could see a few inches falling over the White Mountains of New Hampshire, the higher elevations in western Maine. The Alberta Clipper will slow down as it moves into the northeast, though. Only thing is, there's not a whole lot of moisture for it to work with by the time it reaches that region, but the air will be colder, so those first flakes are possible in many locations. Coastal areas, you probably don't much have to worry about it. You'll be a few degrees warmer. Well, we had that frontal system push through our region this past day. It was a rainy Thursday. Rain, and more rain. A pretty steady rain. That's well east of us here in southwest Ohio tonight. But we do see the heavy rains now over eastern Ohio, moving into western Pennsylvania. Much of West Virginia, you're pretty much socked in with the rain. Rains extending on down through western North Carolina, western South Carolina, and eastern portions of Georgia. That's the big storm that's a heavy snowmaker up in parts of Ontario and Manitoba there in Canada. Winds are still a big concern tonight and right on through the day today for the Dakotas, Minnesota, on down into northern Iowa. The South Dakota Highway Patrol said that high winds blew over multiple semi-trucks this past day. We've seen in excess of 10 semis blown over in South Dakota, according to the Highway Patrol this past afternoon. High wind warnings, of course, were in effect for the entire state. And those high wind warnings continue through the day today. So again, dangerous driving conditions for the truckers there. South Dakota Highway Patrol said 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts were recorded in western and central portions of the state this past day. That could continue through this morning. Wind gust will increase to 60 miles per hour for eastern South Dakota, persisting again through Friday afternoon, so kind of a rock and roll night as far as the winds are concerned. Be careful out there. All right, back with Chris Gabrelchik. I had a couple from the email bag we'll get to in a moment. We promised we'd get to Sam first out of the box as we get hour number 2 underway. Hi there, Sam. How we doing this morning?
Oh, we're getting by. Steve, I'm still trying to wrap my head around Eric offering you a job at Frisch's. Were you going to be a cook, a server? I don't, I can't see that.
No. We sat down to have breakfast at Frisch's, and
Oh, okay.
Bulldog. He was in the process of which he has up and running. It's bulldogtv.com. His own. He holds his own daily podcast kind of thing, and he was looking to expand that to some other venues, and he thought I might fit in for the overnights, and he was looking to hire some of the sports guys that used to work at 700, those kind of things. So that's what that was all about.
Okay. Well, it was kind of throwing me off the way you said that.
Sorry.
So, Chris, are you going to show up at PRI this year?
I will do my best. I've never been to PRI, and I hear it's as big as SEMA, just on the performance side.
It's a miniature SEMA. I mean, it still has a pretty good footprint on the convention center up there. So, I'm very interested in your motorhome line of stuff. So, did you ever come out with a 520 oil?
We have the Adrenaline series, but I don't think it's rated for over the road trucks yet.
No. I'm saying for gas.
Oh no. They're supposed to have that out by the end of the year, and they've been hot on it. So hopefully they will.
Okay. And Steve, I've sent emails. I don't know if you've gotten them or not. I sent you one about the double masking that Fauci or one of them talked about. I showed you or sent a picture of it. I don't know if you got that or not.
It's not ringing a bell anyway.
Okay.
Well, are they still pushing that? He's not still pushing that, is he?
It's been a while since I sent it, so.
Okay.
But there was other stuff after that, and I never did hear if when you wouldn't mention any of the emails that I'd sent, so. Okay, well,
I will
possibly see you up there.
When you're typing in the email, it's Steve@HotShot Secret. There's not hot shots like it's kind of spelled on the bottle. If you put an extra S in there, I don't get them.
Okay, but I don't think I did. I think I had heard you say that before. So maybe it's just me and my fumble fingers.
Okay.
All right. Well, I may see you up there, Chris.
I hope so. I'll do my best. That's, we're at that point, we're getting ready for our Christmas party, and I'm usually trying to make everything as top notch as I can for everybody.
Okie doke. All right. Well, have a good one, and thanks for what you've done for Steve.
No, anytime. My pleasure. And thank you for listening.
All right, bud.
Thank you, Sam. Have a great morning. Yeah, I got the email this past week that December 18th is the date that you've slated, which that would be perfect normally, but we have a wedding that we'll be attending. It's my nephew that's getting married, and I'm walking Lisa's mom down the aisle. She's the grandma, so oddly enough, they scheduled that is on December the 18th. So I hated to tell Chad. I said, man, I'm not going to be able to make it. It's just, of all things, my princess is so upset because we've heard that, you really do go all out to have a super duper Christmas celebration there.
We do, and you're going to be sorely missed. Maybe we'll have to have a separate party and just have you come up just for that.
Okay.
The Christmas party, we go all in. We usually have a live band. If we don't do a band, then we get a DJ. Everything's catered. Everybody gets dressed up, and it's a really good time.
That's what we were told. Kyle and Josh, everybody said that you guys really, and I guess over the years you used to have it there in your big open space out there where you had the warehouse, but I guess according to the email, you're going to have to find an external venue because you're kind of running out of space there.
We are. The last time you were up, you remember the big blue room?
Yes.
Which, there was that's all been turned into offices and conference rooms now. So we don't have that space available anymore to have the parties at. I mean, it's a good size space, just not big enough for everybody that'll be there. So we'll have to rent something out, but it'll be fun. Hopefully, we should probably do something mid-year or something just so that you and Princess can come up.
Yeah, we should make it up for your 4th of July celebration next time, right? Because that's also a big shindig, I hear.
That is a big shindig. 4th of July is always huge. And we like to, party a little bit. But, everybody's working together all the time, and they're really focused on their job, and they're trying to get things done. I don't know that we have the chance just to get to sit around and have a couple beers and get to know everyone. So that's usually our chance to do that.
Let me see. I got a couple that I did get from the email bag. First of all, from Bill and the Kid. Good morning, Steve and Chris. I want to thank Chris and the team for sending the new Slickum. I had both trailers serviced. I'm now running the Slickum in all the hubs, still using the everyday diesel regularly and the shift restore in the power steering pump. This stuff really works. Thanks again for everything you do. So. Now, I did have another email from Dave who was asking about that stuff. He said, could you have Chris elaborate on this Slickum stuff? I've heard everyone talking about it, and I would like to know if he could kind of explain how it works and how it came about. I do run the stick shift eliminator in the everyday diesel. I gladly add the new product to my maintenance schedule. So
the Slickum came from, they were talking one night about how, I think it was an electric fan, and it had a felt thing in there that was dripping down. They put oil in like a cup, and it would lube up the fan, and it would run through there really quickly. So I remembered that we had some, like a version of FR3, but it was really thick, like gear oil. And I remembered seeing it in the R&D lab. So I had him send it to him. Well, he loved it and made a big deal about it. So then we went back and started making more of it. And I said, well, make a batch up. And now they're testing it to see what the claims are and how much more it reduces wear and that type of thing before they can actually introduce it into the market. But in the meantime, we've been sneaking out some samples to some of the listeners of the Overnight Drive show. But that's how it came about, and that's where we're at with it. It brings up a really good point. Right now with the supply chain issues that we're having and the price of fuel, it's probably, we really should, talk a little bit more about how much longer things last when we use our products in them, and the increase in fuel economy. Everything we're doing, when we post our fuel economy numbers, those are tested, like really tested on dynos, tested on the road. And they're almost, even the listeners, when they call in, they explain how much better their fuel economy is. They're all made to pay for themselves at least 2 or 3 times over. But beyond the additional fuel economy gains, we're reducing the wear inside there, which today with, you don't know how long it's going to take to get a part. Something that used to be in tomorrow could be 6 weeks out. I was talking to a trucking company up near us, and he said that half of their fleet is out because of parts. Parts are, 6 months out, and he said it's just, really difficult for them to work around that. So I think it's important to try to make everything last as long as you can. I mean, it was important before, but now it could be critical to being on the road or not being on the road. So, those things like the stick shift eliminator, that's, cleaning things up in the FR3. The Diesel Extreme, that's a cleanup product, and then the EDT is the everyday diesel treatment to keep it running well. But all those products have, like on the fuel side, they have so much lubricity additive in them that they keep the pump running longer, and it makes the injectors last longer. So yes, we're getting better fuel economy, but we're also making it last a lot longer than it would normally without it.
All right, let me get a quick 2-minute timeout in here. Absolutely, yes, and I've got much more to come here. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. And indeed, a couple lines available there if you want to jump on board on a Friday morning. Let me get right back to the calls. Thanks for hanging in there, Larry. Good morning. Got you on with Chris.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Hey, Chris, I got a motorhome I put away for the winter. You got anything for the fuel for that, like stable? You know how they used to put stable in? And
We sure do. We have an RV product just for that, and it would be the everyday diesel treatment version. But what we've done is put more stabilizer in it. You know, knowing that you're going to store those. Oh, it's gasoline. Then
gas
that would.
motor.
I'm sorry. So the Gasoline Extreme has a stabilizer built into it.
Okay.
And that would work for that also. And we'll get working on one that add to our RV line just for the gas. That's a good point. I don't know that we thought of that when we were doing it. We're so geared around diesel, that's what we think about all the time, that I forget about the gas stuff. But I'll make sure we get working on that.
Okay, because I got some old gas I bought for 86 cents a gallon like a year and a half ago in a 55-gallon drum that I use in my lawnmower back when Trump was president. And I was wondering about putting something in that. I got about 20 gallons of that left.
Yeah, I've done that before myself. We built it up with the Gasoline Extreme. I'm putting that in there. Just over-treat it.
Okay. All right, I'll get another jug of that coming. So.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Have a great morning. Okay, let's see. Next on the list here, a question for Chris. He says, I was wondering if Hot Shot Secret makes anything for hydrostatic hydraulic systems. I got a lawn tractor that I use year-round, a mower in the summer, and a plow in the winter. Just wondering if there's anything I can put in the hydrostatic drive to get some extra longevity?
Sure can. The FR3 can be used in a hydrostatic drive, and we've actually tried to do a fuel economy test with it, which I know that sounds really crazy, but we just wanted to see if we can affect change in it. So we put a mower on a dyno and then weighed out the gasoline that went into it, then timed it to see how long it would run before it ran out of gas. And we were able to get an increase in fuel economy. So the FR3 would be the direction to go with that. And that it does a great job in the we use in all of our hydrostatic drives. So it does affect change in a great way.
Okay. Very good. Let me see. Here's another. Oh, that's amazing. Speaking of your Slickum, Email from Tinker Tanker. Just wanted to share my personal hotshot secret story. I was facing a $1,200 repair bill for the replacement of the electric hydraulic pump unit on my 09 GMC 3500 dump truck. I was getting a loud noise. The dump bed was working slow. Now, I had sourced replacement parts and was ready to spend the money when I happened to stop by Moose's place in Troy. And I was kind of complaining about the issue. He then proceeded to tell me about some special stuff that Chris had cooked up for him. And he said he'd like to try it on my dump truck. Well, long story short, he poured a bunch of that stuff in the reservoir, and after running the bed up and down about 5 times, the noise went away, the leaking is almost completely stopped, and it's been working fine ever since. I am a believer. I'm not exactly sure what the stuff was, but I'd like to buy some for myself. How about that?
That's a good story. That's great. That's what we love. So, part of that product is what we call a Group 5 ester. And one of the inherent properties of esters are that they make seals swell up just a little bit. Not crazy a lot, but what happens with some of those seals is they get they get dried out. Like the having the oil run by them kind of takes the butyl out of them. Well, this puts just enough back in there so they swell back up and stop leaking. So that's pretty normal thing. And I just want to mention, we do have a RV gas additive. See, they're way ahead of me. R&D's like way ahead of me in marketing. I should have them do this phone call, have them stay up all night and do this instead of me, because they're better at it than I am. So it's on our website. There, if you push on the RV button, there's a place to get the RV gas additive where they built in the conditioner to be able to hold the gasoline staple for 2 years.
So for the gas that he's had sitting around, like you said, the guy's got like the 20 gallon stuff. What would you recommend? Just maybe double treating that or something because it's been sitting there so long? Or
so if I had old gas, I would double treat with Gasoline Extreme. But if I was putting an RV away or a boat, I would use the premium RV gas additive.
Gotcha. Okay.
So he's using the old gas in his lawnmower and things that he's not going to regret if it doesn't go well. And I've brought back gasoline and diesel fuel from the dead before by using additives. You just have to watch it and be careful. But yeah, it can be done.
Okay. Very good. Well, we're up to a news break. Knucklebuster got you coming up next, after which we've got clear lines. So jump on in. Room for you at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The defense has rested in the Kyle Rittenhouse murder case. He was charged in the deaths of 2 Black Lives Matter protesters last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin. During the final parts of the trial, witnesses took the stand, including a video expert who was there to break down footage.
What is the total amount of time of this event?
2 minutes and 55 seconds.
Just the day before, an emotional Rittenhouse broke down when he was asked about the shooting.
There were people right there.
Rittenhouse claims he acted in self-defense. The prosecution says he went to Wisconsin because he was looking for trouble. A pair of powerful storm systems, including a rare November blizzard, are forecast to hit the northern United States. Blizzard warnings are in place for parts of northeastern South Dakota through Friday night. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. I've got to share a little story with you, Chris, about how it's a small world after all. I had shared a photograph of my first grandson, Rowan, who's in 4th grade now, and it's his football photo. He plays for the Little Cards, as they call them. At 9 years old, he's 5'1", 160 pounds. I mean, he looks a lot bigger than a 4th grader. And I got a comment from a listener asking what grade is he in, because she taught at Struble. That was the school that he goes to. She said, I taught there for 23 years. And I looked at the name, and I said, hey, I remember that name. And then I went on down, and she said, I taught she taught there from 1966 to 1990. She's retired now. She said Struble was the best. I loved the students. I loved the parents. And I said, I believe you were my 5th grade teacher at Struble. And I told her what my name, what I went by. I wasn't Steve Sommers at the time. I was born Stephen Brent Council. And I said, I went by Brent Council. And she responds and she said, I remember you, Brent. You were, and I told her that I was kind of like a class clown, and I gave her all kinds of hell there. She said, you were a good student, not really a troublemaker. I disciplined with love because I loved all my students. I wanted them to learn and grow up with a wonderful career like my favorite radio host, Steve Sommers. You won't believe how much I listened to you. I missed you so much on WLW. I can see you now. It would have just been so wonderful if I had known. I'm so proud knowing you were my student. So isn't that something? Fifth grade teacher out there, and it's a small world.
That is a cool story. How about that?
Yep. All right, I promised I'd get to Knucklebuster here. Been hanging in there. What's going on, Knucklebuster? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too, Mr. Steve Sommers. Morning, Mr. Christian Belcher.
Good morning, sir.
Steve, your nephew might as well just took a rope and hung himself, buddy.
Well,
he's getting married there, you know.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You can tell him out there. Yeah, well, we don't sing White Christmas down south, so we just might as well forget about that number. It's 72 degrees where I'm at. I don't know about you.
46.
You say 32 degrees?
Oh, wait a minute. 72, that's my inside temperature. It's 44 outside, but I'm nice and warm inside there. Okay. Mr. Chris, congratulations on the new 10W30 Blue Diamond oil. It's always good to have new products coming out. I've got a 850 John Deere tractor. I got 10.5 acres, so I got that 850 John Deere. Mama Knucklebuster, she's got a John Deere riding mower there. I like the old equipment myself, but if I buy something, I keep it forever. Try to keep it running. But I got a 1985 VT 1100 Honda Shadow motorcycle. Now, I can put mine on the ground and ride it, but, you know, them guys that own them Harley Davidsons there, only way they can take theirs out is put it in the back of a pickup or put it up on the trailer there, right? And my grandfather always taught me that an ounce of prevention is more valuable than a pound of cure. So we use Fiction Eliminator. Plus, I keep my fuel tanks and fuel lines clean, and that grease is a lot cheaper than them John Deere parts there, right?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right, especially today.
Yes, sir. How's your tire recycling adventure going?
It's going slow, man. This is like God's way of teaching me patience. It just seems like every time we get started, something else breaks on it, and then we have to wait for parts, and that's just painful. A breaker goes, or just one little piece at a time. So we're hoping to get back on it full time next week. We kind of took a break to go to SEMA and Apex. That was a week long that was a week-long ordeal. We get down there on Sunday and we don't get back until the following week. So they're back on it this week and next week. But hopefully this will be the final stretch to get that thing going.
All right. Well, that sounds good. Well, we need, as fast as them owner-operators are driving tonight after that 2-hour backup in that road construction, you'll be having a bunch of tires to recycle because they're flat burning them up tonight there. Which I knew the way around it, so I didn't lose but about 3 or 4 minutes there. So that was a good thing. And well, I'm gonna get that out there. Steve, can we talk a little bit of politics for a second?
What you got? Go ahead.
I read today where President Biden referred to the late baseball player Satchel Paige as the great Negro before correcting himself during his Veterans Day address at Arlington National Cemetery on Thursday. He was honoring former U.S. Ambassador to Hungary, Donald Blinken, an Army veteran and father of Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. But during his speech, he made that boo-boo there. And, I'm just curious. He must keep his lawyers busy 24/7 with the things that he has said. And I'm just wondering how much money he has had to pay out to people for his inappropriate comments there. I bet it's a bunch, No wonder Hunter has to sell his paintings and Ashley the pawn her diary there to keep the Bidens out of the poorhouse, right?
Well, the thing is, nobody knows what's going to come out of Joe Biden's mouth, not even him. It's a surprise to everyone.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, that museum up there, they reported that 3 potential buyers looked closely at Hunter's paintings on the second day after the showing started. But they still haven't told the public who's buying all his paintings. So, I don't know. I guess they don't want to make the DA list on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio show on Fridays. That's why they don't want their name out there, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I see. I was watching somebody on some news program, just a random news thing. I don't remember what it was, but it was artists, and they were kind of steamed about this. And basically, they were in New York, and they were saying, we work our whole life to get good at what we do and to try to sell paintings. And then here comes somebody that doesn't really have that much talent and just oversteps everybody. And he's selling paintings for, amounts of money that aren't really accurate for what they're buying. I mean, they were not happy about it. They're like, hey, here we are, just working our whole life to sell one painting for $20,000, and here's somebody that's selling dozens of them for hundreds of thousands. It just isn't. It's not fair. So, I think they're getting a lot of people upset. It's not just conservatives. I think everybody's starting to get ticked off at them.
Yeah. Well, Steve, I want you to know we can't call this show a white male supremacist channel because all races and backgrounds are calling in. We having women and children calling in. There are some of them that call in. We're not quite sure what they are, but we still let them call in there. And we even have some good old country redneck hicks like myself that are calling in. And, as many people call in, we ought to have good solutions to all these problems instead of complaining about stuff there, right?
Right.
And as a notorious cherry bomb thing, it's hard to kiss the lips at night that chew your ass out all day long, Steve. But when you curl up and get a big hooter in your right hand, you forget all about them ass chewings, don't you?
There you go. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products. Don't forget to put Overnight Drive in the box there for the code at checkout for your 10 to 20% discount at checkout for being a trucker, man or woman. Beetle Bailey, Sergeant Carter, Barney Fife, Miss Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan, Rescue 9-1, and 1 Adam 12 over and out there. So, and don't forget to buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive product, the baseball cap, travel mugs, and especially you women buy them T-shirts there, 'cause I like seeing Steve's name sitting up there all perky looking there. Y'all have a great morning. God bless to you. Have a great weekend, and that's all. Baloney for tonight. Steve.
All right, Knucklebuster, thank you much. All of my baloney. All right, he is up after all.
That,
yeah, right? Yeah, he's got it scripted there. What's going on, Kyle?
Yeah.
Are you telling me I got to follow Knucklebuster?
Well, somebody has to do it. Might as well be you.
You're the only one that could follow him.
I don't know. He's certainly one of the best.
How's it going down in Tennessee?
It's going. We just got poured on during setup today, but we got everything set up and ready to go. Everything kicks off tomorrow. I think they're going to start tech at like 7 a.m., but racing doesn't get started until, I think, 1 o'clock tomorrow.
So is there going to be a chance of rain, or are you guys going to get through this?
No, well, I'm sure Steve probably knows better than anybody, but it looks like it's going to be nice all weekend.
Yeah, I
just
think
had to get this first day out of the way.
That front passed through today or yesterday, and you should be in pretty good shape, I believe, through the weekend.
Yeah, now it is going to be chilly, so
yep,
that's going to make for some exciting racing again, because obviously it's a no prep race. They've got the best of the best from around the country are here, and everybody's going for a big pot, so I'm sure they're going to be hammering down. Cold weather makes for a lot of horsepower, but it also makes for a tough track to get down to, so the combination for some interesting racing for tomorrow, so the next 2 days.
Hey, Kyle, is the prize is $250,000, or is that divided up for every, like first, second, third?
It's actually divided up. A lot of times, I would say for the most part, these small tire, no prep events, usually it's winner take all. Sometimes the guys that get in the finals will make a deal to have a split pot. But this event, the pot's so big, I believe the winner takes $100,000, and then it pays all the way down 8 spots. Yeah, so if you can go 4 rounds, you're getting $10,000.
Wow, is there a lot of racers because of that?
Oh yeah. The field this big is unheard of. You're a 32 car field at a small tire, no prep race is a good field. So to, have 256, which they are short of that because, this is the rescheduled date. They had to reschedule and they lost a lot of people. But last I heard they were at, 200? Yeah. So close to 200, and they're opening up, registration for anybody that wants to come in the gate tomorrow and throw $1,000 down to win 100,000. And so we'll see if they can get that car count back up to 250. But it's certainly, we're at Crossville Dragway where our Outlaw Diesel Super Series comes every year. So this is a track I'm very familiar with, and they really had the pits packed like I've never seen before. So it's going to be there's certainly a lot of heavy hitters on premises.
You have nothing to race. You need a car, Kyle.
I have nothing to race?
Yeah, you need something in there.
Are you buying us a shop race car now? Is that what
Why? I said you need something. I didn't say I was going to pay for it.
No, these guys, these are the best of the best guys. You got to be pretty legit to hang with this field. So,
well, what's what kind of cars are they?
Everything under the sun you'll see here. But mainly the premise is supposed to be street cars, and I say street with quotations around it because they're far from street cars, but for the main point. But a lot of them are real street cars, license tag, you name it. But they'll be full tube chassis. You know, I don't know the whole rules on this small tire class, but it's really just based on the tire size. So you'll see all sorts of different vehicles of all sorts of different makeup and power, and the only thing they share the same is the tires on the back, and which is a pretty small tire, and it makes it tougher to get down these tracks. So it's a driver's battle, you know, driver and a tuner's battle. And, you know, another unique thing about it that's different than most of the drag racing you normally see us do is this is also, they don't do any qualifying or any practice or any testing. These guys have come all over the country, and they're going to pull their cars off the trailer tomorrow. And the first time down the strip is live. Your $1,000 is down, and it's game on. So they run them straight off the trailer with no practice, so nobody has a competitive edge from practicing or getting to know how the surface is. So that throws a whole different type of strategy to it. To, you know, these guys have no idea how much power to put down in the first, you know, pass, and that's why you see often some first round upsets of some of the favorites, because if you're a little guy and you play your cards right and get A to B down the track, you can often knock off the big guy at the first round that hasn't figured out the surface yet. So it makes for some cool racing. And then as they go on round by round with this many cars, by the time they get to the semifinals and the quarterfinals, all those cars are going to be so dialed in and flying. It's going to be really fun to watch the end. So who takes home the money?
So does a cold track make for a fast track? Because your forecast is partly cloudy today, 59 for the high. Then you drop down to like 27 Friday night, Saturday morning. Then Saturday's high is only 43. Does that make for fast or slow racing?
Well, you know what? I'm going to bring in a special guest to answer that question. He's got a lot of experience with that. We had a surprise guest at the Hot Shot Secret Airbnb, which, by the way, is a very interesting one. I'm staying in a pole barn, so it's pretty interesting digs. But our buddy Chris Lane, he does a whole bunch of stuff, but he's also with D-Team Racing. Hot Shot Secret sponsors these guys, and he's down here for the race and needed a couch, so he stayed on our couch. But I will throw that question to Chris because he knows all about this stuff.
Cool.
What's up, guys?
Hey there. How we doing?
Oh, good. About yourself?
So you're going to roll it off the trailer tomorrow, and no practice, no nothing. Just it's go for the gusto, right? My question to Kyle was, does a cold track make for a faster track or a slower track? Because your forecast for Friday is like a high of 59, then you drop down to like 27 for Saturday morning, and the high's only going to be 43. Will that be beneficial or detrimental to the racers?
It depends on the surface, honestly. Crossville is very different. A lot of these shutdown races all over the country have different surfaces. Some have concrete, some have asphalt, some are very coarse. Coarse meaning it's paved, but you have a lot more rock in the pavement. With this, it's going to get good the first part of the day, depending on how much downtime they have in between rounds is going to really make a difference if it's going to get killed later on, because obviously the low is going to be chilly tomorrow night.
Yep.
So if they have a lot more downtime, later rounds as they go, it will definitely slow it down. So during the day, it's going to be fast, and you're also your different type of races. So this is a water burnout only race. And normally, like a no prep race is a pour your own prep type. So you basically have your own prep. You do your burnout in the prep, and that's what makes your tires sticky to the ground and helps makes the surface a lot better. But being water burnout only will not help that, unfortunately. So it's just there's gonna be a lot of variables tomorrow on, if it's gonna be good. It'll be good the first part of the day, absolutely. After that, it's just gonna be just a lot of questions, you know.
With the sheer number of vehicles you got there, Kyle said racing gets underway like 1 PM. They'll be out there well after this. How late you race? 10, 11 o'clock at night?
I bet if there's going to be over 200 cars tomorrow, as what we're predicting, which they may be more, it's probably going to go late tomorrow night. May go 11, 12 o'clock. Who knows? Depends on, if we have any catastrophic failures on the track, they have to clean up, or any wrecks or anything like that. It's going to it's going to be interesting.
Wow.
Is there generally wrecks?
There is. It don't happen a lot, but it definitely does happen. Unfortunately, so I run my own No Prep Series races up in the northern part of Ohio, and I actually just had a wreck back in June, and I had a friend of mine get pretty beat up by, pretty much totaled his car out, and that was probably the first time we've had a wreck in like 6 years. So it happens, but we hope for the best.
But I mean, they just lose control because it starts going sideways because the back's pushing too hard. Is that what's going on?
It could be either you're trying to be a hero, or something just flat out breaks on the car. Most of these guys are pretty smart. Like this field of cars tomorrow, these guys are all pretty smart. If they ain't gonna be able to get around you at the first part of the track, there's no way they're gonna come around at any point before the finish line. But I mean, you'll have some guys out there that are heroes, and they'll throw everything at it, trying to get around the next guy that's 2 cars out on him, and then that's too much for the track, and then that's when you'll have a crash.
And with the payout like we're seeing, I bet it's the payout's going to bring out some heroes tomorrow. I guarantee you.
Yep.
Somebody's going to try to drive a little more than they should be.
Wow. Hey Kyle, there was a no prep race here a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know if you were. I believe it was the one in Texas. Were you at the race where they had that accident where the car actually went up into the crowd, into the spectators?
No, I was not there, but I do know the organizer of that race, and it's actually a guy who runs a diesel shop, and very good friend of the racing community and the guys we know, and just a real genuine guy. And I feel really bad for what happened there, because he took a lot of the heat as being the organizer. But what was unique about that was an airport race, which is becoming more and more common. It's becoming common for a lot of no prep stuff because it's a virgin surface. It's an old runway, and this one, it wasn't really that it was a no prep. It was that these guys will run quarter, half mile, sometimes mile long strips. So they're really at incredible speeds. And this isn't at a racetrack. So there's no guardrails. There's no, grandstands type of thing. They kind of set up stuff to watch it. Now, normally, there's just not a way to, even if somebody gets loose, they usually don't have people in those areas. And this was just kind of a freak accident. And to be honest, just like Chris was just stating, I don't want to start pointing fingers here because it's a big issue in the community right now, but the driver was trying to be a hero. He was spinning halfway down the track, and he just stayed in it and stayed in it and stayed in it. And, unfortunately, went into an area where people were gathered to watch, and that's just a sad outcome.
Yeah. I happened to hear about that event after that weekend, and I think you were somewhere in Texas, but I didn't know if you were at that particular race or not.
Yeah, I think I was down in Florida at the time.
Oh, Florida? Yeah. Okay. I know you've been here, there, and everywhere all summer and all fall. I mean, isn't it getting to the time of year where things begin winding down with the drag racing series, or no?
Oh, it is. This is my last race of the year. So this is the finale. After this, we just got PRI, which is the beginning of December. And then I'm going to hide from Hot Shot Secret for a few weeks.
It's some very well-deserved time off. He could catch up on his sleep.
Yeah, well, the funny part is this usually is the time of year where I have a lot of comp time and PTO stacked up from all the travel I do, and I try to take like an extended holiday vacation. But as Steve mentioned earlier in tonight's episode, it was about this time a year ago where Chris tapped me on the shoulder at a little after-work gathering and tasked me with putting together a radio show before the beginning of the year. And I said, well, there goes my Christmas vacation. So a year ago, we were just getting to start setting this stuff up.
Yes.
I'm a year overdue on my holiday vacation.
Well, I've got to thank you, Kyle. I didn't know that I caused you to lose your holiday last year. So, Lord, I apologize. But, man, I'm so grateful for all that you did.
It was all worth it, of course.
It was good. You and Josh did a good job.
Well, Steve's the one who carries the torch here. We're really proud of how far the show's come, and looking forward to what else is ahead.
All right. And for those who can't make it to Crossville, I forgot to mention, you can. I think it's $25 for the past. If you want to watch it, the website is thelimpy.com. Is that correct? LIMPY, thelimpy.com?
That's right. And Chris here does a lot of videography and stuff too. You want to shout out to your page to watch?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with Stripper Glitter Traction Compound. We make pour your own prep for these type of no prep races. And we'll be doing live feed and video this weekend with the race. And I just want to say thanks for Hot Shots for what they do for us. Kyle's been more than amazing with everything he's done. You guys make awesome products. I use everything. I use the Diesel Extreme and your guys' 530 Euro blend in my TDI Audi. And it just, everything's great. And just thanks for everybody what they do. And I can't ask for anything more. I hope this relationship continues.
Well, good luck this weekend. A lot of money on the line. Maybe you can bring home some of that jack there, Chris.
I wish I could be racing, but I'm not.
Oh, you're not racing? Oh, okay. I thought Kyle said you were one of the racers. Okay. My apologies. All right.
No, unfortunately not. I wish. I mean, unless somebody, buys us a car, then we could do that.
I think Chris did mention something about a company race car.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I like that idea.
All right, guys. I know you got to get to news break. So,
all right. Thank you.
Stay tuned. I'll probably go live a little bit from the Facebook page. So have a good weekend, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Yes. Send me a link so I can share his page and whatnot on mine as well, if you don't mind. You can do that, right? Just send it to me in my email or whatever. Thank you, Kyle. Have a great weekend. All right, we'll get back to your calls as we roll into a Friday here. Yeah, it is news update time, a little bit late, but we'll get right back on schedule. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After 9 days of testimony, the jury in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse will soon begin deliberations. The Illinois teenager is accused of shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them during riots last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after the death of George Floyd.
The evidence is closed, and we're going to break for the weekend at this point. Lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow.
Judge Bruce Schroeder, he says closing arguments will begin on Monday. Rittenhouse claims he acted in self-defense. The prosecution says he went to Wisconsin because he was looking for trouble. A U.S. appeals court has put off allowing Congress access to former President Trump's White House records regarding January 6th. There's a scheduled hearing coming up in 2 weeks on the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
The United States honored Veterans Day with celebrations around the country. President Biden was at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. He called veterans the spine of America and promised to meet the sacred obligation owed to them.
Our veterans represent the best of America. You are the very spine of America, not just the backbone. You're the spine of this country. And all of us owe you.
A pair of powerful storm systems, including a rare November blizzard, are forecast to hit the northern United States. Blizzard warnings are in place for parts of northeastern South Dakota and western Minnesota through Friday night. Several inches of snow and wind gusts of up to 55 miles per hour could create whiteout conditions and difficult travel in the area as an intensifying windy storm, sometimes known as a November witch, is striking the region. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. A lot of people do not like their health plan right now, but great news, you're not stuck with it. There's another choice called MediShare, and it's a great option if you're self-employed or changing jobs or part of the gig economy. The typical family saves $500 a month with MediShare, and the customer satisfaction rate is double that of typical health insurance. Find out more, including how much you'll save. Just call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
Some basketball stars are speaking out against human rights violations in China.
Boston Celtics star Enes Kanter says he felt encouraged to speak out against China after the NBA supported players in fighting other injustices and human rights. Kanter using his social media platforms to call out and bring awareness to China's treatment of the Uyghur community, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. His comments and post have caused a backlash in China, with the Celtics games being pulled by Chinese video streaming sites and the government criticizing the 29-year-old's comments. Kanter also calling out other athletes and celebrities on CNN.
There is so many athletes, so many actors, so many singers, and so many people who has a platform are speaking out many of the issues out there in the world. But when it comes to China, when it comes to China's Communist Party, they're scared because they care too much about money, they care too much about business, and they care too much about endorsement deals. To me, the human rights and saving people's lives comes first. So that's why I wanted to do this project.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Don't forget, you can listen to the news anytime by logging on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back on a Friday. Rolling into the weekend. Time zone to time zone, making our way into the 12th day of November. Next hour, West Coast joins in. Officially a Friday. All right, we're joined this morning live, Chris Gabrelchik. founder, CEO, LSI Chemicals, Hot Shot Secret Products. Your chance to dial them up, say hello. You maybe offer up a testimonial. You may have questions about some of the various products. Like this guy, John, actually sends me an email. He says, is your 5W40 good to use in my 2018 Duramax? It says it requires a CJ4 type. I'm not sure what that means. Right now I use Shell Synthetic and add the FR3. Your oil's a tad bit more, but after adding the FR3, it's almost a wash. I now change the oil when the oil life indicator says to change it. That's about every 8,000 miles. If you think your oil would go further, I'd probably actually save money.
Yeah, that oil would be the right one to use. It would be fine for that. CJ4 is the latest engine spec. The C stands for combustion. So whenever you see like a C and then the next series, it used to be like CG, CH, CI, CJ. I mean, it just keeps moving forward. And then the latest version, so CJ4 would be the spec that the API is asking for, American Petroleum Institute. When they're gasoline, it'll say SJ or S. It starts with an S for service vehicle. So it'd be SG, SJ, that type of thing. So that's what those mean. Because he said he didn't understand what the CJ4 was. Mm-hmm. But not only would the oil last longer, but it would be worth doing an oil test when the light comes on to change your oil. Send in like a little bottle of a sample bottle to the oil lab, and we can check it and see, because it might be fine. Sometimes those oil lights are set by miles, like how many miles you've run, instead of what condition the oil's in. Now, some of them do go by the clarity of the oil. I know some of the manufacturers were experimenting with that, where they were putting it was like a little light sensor in there, and as the oil went past it, it could tell how much dirt was in it just by how, basically how opaque it was. But I don't know how accurate they are. It'd be good to, do an oil analysis just to see. I'll tell you if it's accurate or not.
And the oil analysis, what you can order the oil analysis kits via hotshotsecret.com. They don't cost all that much, do they?
No, I think they're like $19, $20. Okay. I don't have it right in front of me at the moment, but with the Steve Sommers discount, that should help out too. That should get you closer to where you need to be. It would not surprise me if you couldn't go 40 or 50,000 miles. I know of drivers that are going 200,000 miles on an oil change. Takes a little bit more work. You have to put a bypass filter on there to keep it clean. So the short story is, even after 100,000 miles or 200,000 miles, the oil's really fine. The PAO synthetic oil is fine. The problem is it'll have too much dirt in it. And then the TBN package the detergent package will have, been depleted. So I always use the example, like if you're washing dishes, you put your Dawn dish soap in there and you got all the bubbles and you're washing. Well, by the time you get towards the end, all the bubbles are gone. It's not doing such a great job, cutting the grease. So, you can either drain it, start over again, which is what, like changing your oil. Or if you have this imaginary filter that can filter all that out and you can put some more Dawn in it, you can go back and wash another load. Well, in essence, that's kind of what we're doing, with the bypass filter and then adding the TBM booster. So that's one of the products we hadn't talked about tonight, but we put together a package that you can add the detergent back into the oil, just so if you want to go an extended drain, you can do that. So it really isn't nearly as hard as you would think it is. Simple oil analysis will tell you what the detergent number is, the TBN number, that stands for total base number. So it'll say, start off at a 7 and you're down to a 4. On the side of the bottle, it will tell you, add 3 ounces and you'll bring it up 2 numbers or 3 numbers, and tells you exactly how much to put in. And then if you were to run that oil analysis again, it would show you that your oil's back on spec. So the reason we came up with it was we wanted to give drivers a like a really good tool to be able to manage their stops. A lot of times when you're driving truck, it's not convenient to stop and get the oil changed, but you also don't want to risk doing any damage to your engine. So this was a way for us to give them a chance to put something in the oil that would actually fortify it and make it like new oil.
Okay, then he said, I have a second question regarding the anti-gel. Do I need to double dose for biodiesel? Some products say add extra for bio.
I wouldn't double dose. I mean, you can't put too much in, but maybe just a little bit more, like 10% or less. The bios are a little bit harder to treat. The additives that we have are effective in the bio, but just not double, maybe just a little bit more.
Okay. Thank you so much for the email there, John. Hope that answers your questions. All right, let me see here. Got several lines open at 844-844-3388. Morning to the CNI dog. What's happening? Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Somebody I know put E85, 9 gallons of E85 in a regular car, a Hyundai Elantra. They made the error because they're a little up on the years on age, I called the dealership. It was really hard to find a dealership to talk to me. I actually had to go to 3 different dealerships over the phone. It seems like they're just overwhelmed and booked with a lot of stuff. So what I did is I had a half a bottle of the gasoline extremely, and I put 3 gallons of higher octane fuel in there. But they said I had an option of them cleaning it out, which would have been real expensive, or just riding it out. So I was thinking to myself, let me try the gasoline extreme and see if that can help out. What would you do in that situation if that happened to you? And I'll take your comment off the air.
So before you go, you're saying that you put E85 into a car that wasn't made for E85?
Yes.
And now you want to basically dope it up so that it would run.
Right.
I would do very close to what I don't know that the high octane is going to make any difference because the E85 has a lot of octane in it. That's what the alcohol does. That's why they use it, because it raises the octane number. But the gasoline extreme would definitely be the right answer. And then I would probably run like a quarter tank out and then put back in regular gas, and I would just keep doing that to try to dilute it as quickly as possible. The biggest problem is it's gonna be really dry. So you probably I'd probably put some LX4 in there too if you have any of that. Literally just like 2 ounces, just some lubricity, because that's the other problem with the alcohol is it burns really dry compared to gasoline, and it's rough on the seals. So the faster you can dilute it, the better off you are. But the biggest difference between the vehicles that are E85 and the ones that aren't is they went in and they put a different kind of seal in so that the alcohol won't eat them up.
They also burn, they run cooler, don't they?
They do run cooler. Yeah, they do. They run cooler, and they pull in a lot more moisture. The gas, like your oil, will most likely start to show some signs of moisture in it with the E85. It's just a cooler. It draws in moisture. Alcohol just does. It's just part of the way it works. It just pulls moisture in from the air. But I've done that before. The same thing you did, put E85 in a vehicle that didn't take it, and that's how I got through it. It was fine.
A lot of people don't realize what E8. Go ahead.
Well, I just put the gasoline extreme in it. We didn't have that name for it at the time. And then just as soon as I got a little bit of the gas gone, I put some more in. Every quarter tank, just kept topping it off and just kept diluting the E85, and it was fine.
A lot of people don't realize what E85 means. I believe it's 85% alcohol and the rest is gasoline, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm always listening to Steve's show, and I'm using your products.
Great.
2 cars that are being cleaned out right now with the Stiction Eliminator.
Excellent. Well, thank you for both of those, using the product and listening to Steve's show.
Thank you much, C&I Dog. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there. All right, there you go. We've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. We return in 2 on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, almost forgot Friday means it's Dumbass of the Week nominees. Thank you, Brain Dan. Got your email this past day. Nominee number 1. Dateline, Panama City Beach, Florida. WJHG was back on the air, but the investigation continues as surveillance video shows the suspect who vandalized vital broadcasting equipment at the station. Video shows the person severing and removing cables from satellites about 9:30 Sunday night that took WJHG's 8 stations off the air. Just after 9:30 p.m., an employee noticed signals were out. He went outside to check. Found a man he didn't recognize near one of the satellite dishes. The man told the employee he was with Tyndall Air Force Base and was told to cut the wires due to a power issue. Yeah, saying he was tasked because he lived nearby and was with the Navy. Yeah, he then fled on foot, last seen headed towards the Front Beach Road. According to WJHG's general manager, this person knew what he was doing and how to disable and make it very difficult to repair the satellite dishes. This is not just some random act of vandalism. This individual was methodical in disabling and strategically cutting cable that linked all of our satellite dishes to our facility. Bay County sheriffs were unable to find anyone matching the description of the suspect. They offered a description, but that was a pretty wild story. I think we might have touched on that sometime last week, but yeah, first DA of the week nominee there. All right, I had another question via email from Shaky this time around. Under the headline, difference in certain oils. Can you ask Chris, what is the difference between the Gray Diamond Euro and the Blue Diamond PAO? I also have a couple more questions and a couple of testimonials. If I get a chance, I'll dial you up later. Thank you much, Shaky. All right, so the Gray Diamond Euro versus Blue Diamond PAO.
I would have to defer that to Kevin, our chemical engineer, just to make sure the difference. I know there's a European spec that's much tighter than the spec that we're using here for European cars, but they may have had to adjust some different additives to make sure that one works where the other one doesn't. I need to dig into that and find out.
Okay.
So sorry about that.
Don't like catching
You would
Chris
think I would know all those things, wouldn't you?
Well, there's so much to keep up with the new products and what, right?
Well, that plus as the company started growing, a lot of my time was spent on building the corporation and making decisions. Should we start an overnight radio show? Should we buy this building? Should we do this? So it becomes more about business stuff than it does the oil, which kind of stinks in some ways because that's the part I love. Was the R&D. So anyway, it looks like I'm just reading the description. I think I remember this now. So the amount of sulfated ash, phosphorus, and sulfur are lower in the Gray Diamond because that's what the European spec asks for. So most of the additives that go into engine oils are, if you just think about this for a minute, a lot of them are metals of some sort. And when you burn it, whether it's, phosphorus or sulfur, even if it's not a metal, it leaves behind an ash type of product. It just literally looks like ash, like an ashtray ash. So in Europe, they wanted less of that getting into the atmosphere, I suppose. So they asked for a low ash product, or low SAPs is what they call it. Sulfated ash, phosphorus, and sulfur. So this was blended just for that, to meet those specific requirements.
All right, there you go.
Hopefully that clears that up.
Yeah, right, exactly. All right, we'll get back to the calls here momentarily. Scarecrow, got you coming up. Rookie, hang in there. We're almost at the news break, bottom of the hour. I had another email quickly here from Scooter. Hey, Steve and Chris, you guys know I love FR3, but I wanted to give a testimonial on two other products. I put the Gasoline Extreme and Stiction Eliminator in our O2 Explorer 4.0 liter with 267,000 miles on it. The old girl was suffering from rough idling, hesitation, surging, as well as issues with the hydraulic timing chain tensioners not pumping up enough to keep the chains from slapping. Well, after about 100 miles, the tensioners started working properly. No more timing chains slapping around, and all of the surging, rough running, and hesitation are 100% gone. What an amazing difference. Now, I did purchase the Never Rust and the spray grease as well. Haven't had the opportunity to use them yet, but I'm certain they will be amazing products as well. Scooter, thank you so much for the testimonial. That's great, yeah.
Yeah, those are the ones I love. And, that's everything he's saying is dead on. And I think that's why our company's grown so much is, the products work so well and everybody just gets excited, when they find something that works. The same way with the Never Rust and the spray lubes. I think the one test that we did, the salt spray test, we went 30 times longer than WD-40. So they spray like a piece of steel. They call it a steel coupon, but it's just a little rectangle piece of steel and they put it in salt spray where there's a constant spray of salt water mist being run over it. Then they give it an hour rating, like how long could it survive in that environment before it starts to rust. And it literally went 30 times longer than the WD-40. So it's a really, really strong product.
Thank you so much for the testimonial there, Scooter. And thank you for listening, as always. All right, we'll get, again, back to your calls. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday, halfway through another program. We got a ways to go, though. Jump on in. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A Texas A&M University student is the 9th person to die after last weekend's Astroworld Festival. The featured headliner was Travis Scott. Police calls began pouring in, describing the chaos.
There's a lot of people trembled and they're passed out at the front stage.
The latest victim, Barty Shahani, succumbed to her injuries. President Biden marked Veterans Day by laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington National Cemetery.
To all our veterans, past and present, we thank you, we honor you, and we remember always what you've done for us.
The administration has also launched a new program to better understand medical conditions, including different kinds of cancers that are potentially connected to toxic environments overseas in combat areas. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, couple of industry headlines on a Friday morning from CDL Life. A woman was shot during a domestic dispute at a Michigan truck stop early Thursday morning, right about 5 a.m. at the Flying J Travel Center in Woodhaven, Michigan. According to police, received a call reporting a domestic dispute at the truck stop, screaming heard in the background. They lost contact with the caller. They headed to the scene while the dispatcher attempted to reconnect with the caller. Upon arrival, they began searching for the individuals in question, but soon heard a gunshot, which led them in the right direction. They then located a woman with a bullet wound to her leg and a man sitting inside the cab of the semi-truck. They immediately took the man into custody, contacted paramedics who promptly transported the wounded woman with non-life-threatening injuries. All right, then we had, a few more truck parking spaces added in the country. Love's Travel Stops opening a new truck stop in Lafayette County, Missouri. This is off I-70 at 500 North D Highway in Bates City, Missouri. Amenities at the new 13,000 square foot store include 107 truck parking spaces. You've got a Chester's Chicken, Godfather's Pizza, Subway restaurant that will be opening on November the 15th. 8 diesel bays, 7 showers, laundry facilities, cat scale, and the dog park there. Some additional parking coming your way in the state of Missouri. There you go. Industry headlines. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hello, Scarecrow. Happy Friday. What's going on this morning?
And a good Friday morning to you there, Steve. Chris, welcome to the party. I didn't anticipate calling tonight, guys. Normally, Fridays, I have kind of a quiet, laid-back approach to things. And Steve, when you mentioned Chris would be on, I thought, well, this is going to be pretty serious. You know, moment and show as such. But either way, I've been going down the road thinking about, an issue. I figure, well, it's no point in wondering about it. I'll bring it to your question, put it to you. Actually, back to when you started the program, you were talking about a little bit about airline travel and whatnot, and just a couple of hints. We found out nobody likes a layover. When our son was up in Alaska, it was about a 6-hour flight from Minneapolis to Anchorage. And our original flight had one layover scheduled, but something came up and we were switched to another airline that gave us a direct flight. And we thought, wow, what a upgrade. This is special. After that first flight, we purposely look for a layover now. If anywhere 2-3 hours into a flight, if you can get off, stretch your legs for a half hour, that actually shortens the entire trip. You carry it to an extreme. That our same son that was up in Anchorage there, when he went to Korea now, the Air Force, they were kind enough to give him a seat back in steerage. And our daughter-in-law convinced him, take and turn in some frequent flyer miles for an upgrade. So he popped, it was about 89,000 miles. Flying Delta, I think it's called Delta One. It's actually a step above first class. And the treatment is just shy of free lap dances, is about as far as that went. So you guys take that into consideration next time you're booking a long flight. Getting back to the call at hand here, I got to change direction a little bit there, Chris. In the last couple of programs and on FCY, callers have danced around the motor coat name. We've known what they've been talking about, and I think it was the last program you were on. You'd said, we know what you guys are talking about. Don't be afraid to bring up the name. And that's where I'm going here. I have to talk chainsaws with you. Now, currently, for quite some time, I've soaked my chains, in motor coat, in addition of mixing it out with the bar oil, and actually mix it into the premix also. Now, do you have a product that would be somewhat compatible or equate to what I'm doing with that? As far as the chains go, the side links and pins, they take a heck of a beating. That's why I'm doing what I can to prolong longevity and try to eliminate stretching of the chains. The high end saws, they turn a pretty significant RPM, and they just hammer the heck out of the chains. Is there something in your arsenal that would kind of fit in my program there?
Yeah. So what I would like to use there is that version of the Slickum, which hopefully, Mark is going to kill me, because we'll get stuck with that name. But I'd almost, for that specific thing, I'd almost like to add like an EP package to it, which would be like something that they would have in a gear oil or a grease. They don't put them in engine oils. And probably why the motor coat would work in a deal like that is it acts kind of like an EP, extreme pressure additive. So it's not that the motor coat is a really bad product or anything, but it's a chlorinated paraffin. So it makes things really slippery, which is, why you can feel the effects of it. But when it's in there for a while, chlorine becomes like a corrosive. So just, it's like race car drivers could use chlorinated paraffins, but then they change oil right after the race. But the longer it's in there, the more corrosive that it will become. So it's not the best way to get that kind of result. Using the FR3, what we're doing is approaching the same idea, making it slippery with less wear, but we're doing it with group 5 esters and the nanocarbons. So it's just a different philosophy on how to get there. On the chainsaw, like if I was going to blend something for that, I would probably add a little bit of like a gear oil in with it, just because of the EP package. Trying to think of what we would have that would be made that way. I haven't made something specifically just for a chain, but give me some time. We'll come up with something. Check in with me next month.
Right.
We'll have something for you.
Okay, that's ironic because when the Slickum came into conversation earlier in the program, that's the first thing I started, thinking about that you might, bring up and such. So, yeah, we'll kind of.
There's some additives that will kick in on the higher speeds and the higher pressures. And then some that work better on the lower scale. So, like when we're doing wear tests, you'll see the slower moving it is, which would be like your startup friction. You can knock it out of the park there, but then once you start going really fast, other additives kick in and push those ones off the surface. So that's where like your zincs and your phosphorus comes in. And that chain scenario there, I mean, I would like to see an EP additive in there with the esters and the nano, because the EP additive is going to get in and the extreme pressure additive is going to go in there and keep the chain from wearing in the links. So let me work on that, because that's really probably a good idea to have something in the lineup that does that anyway.
Okay. I guess that's exactly what I was looking for here. So, yeah, we'll keep our eyes and ears open and be waiting and looking forward to your next session with us here and whatnot. With that, just a side note for Grump and Gilligan, there'll be a little something for you next week there. So, all right, Chris, thanks for giving Steve the second shot there. It's been a welcome. A lot of things in life, once you have them, if they're taken away, you miss them. And I tell you, there was about a 4-month period last year that I was just lost. Thank you.
You're welcome. I tell you, we're working on several different plans to get the program syndicated. So hopefully the next 90 days we'll start moving on it, because I have been given the options and I just have to make a decision on which way to go. But I definitely see moving this to a bigger platform, so it should be exciting.
Excellent. All right, Steve. Well, that's pretty much all I got for tonight then. So, yeah, we'll fill your guys' ears come next week.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Scarecrow. Thanks for being a part of the show and supporting the show. Yeah, and as Chris mentioned earlier, if you're going to place an order, you need a product, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That gets you 10% off your order. And then, if you're a first responder, veteran, active duty military, a CDL holder, that you're eligible for another 10% and get 20% off your order at hotshotsecret.com. Let me see here. We'll get to the rookie in just a moment, after which plenty of room for you. Larry's on board. Good morning, Larry. Thanks for being with us. Dean checking in, loving the show. A beautiful, mostly cloudy 72 degrees here in Terrigal, New South Wales. Amazing show as always. And when we come back, he said, I do have a question for Chris. Does Hot Shot Secret have a product that helps like an old car that smokes a little? I will be buying some of the Shift Restore for it. So hold that thought. We'll be back in 2 here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back on a Friday, and as I say, lines available at 844-844-3388. And what's going on, Rookie? Welcome in. Got you on the line with Chris. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too, Mr. Steve, Mr. Chris. I got a couple of questions for Chris. With the colder weather coming up, does the FR3 help with the cold starts?
Yes. The reason is that it goes in there and actually plates the inside of the entire engine. And what was unique about it is not just the nanocarbons, but also the Group 5 ester that we're using has this really strong polarity, which makes it like a magnet. So it helps the nanocarbons to plate out on the steel and make like little tiny roller bearings. And, they're really small, like 3 to 9 nanos. So it's, it's kind of like if you could, imagine plating the floor with little tiny BBs and then trying to roll balls across it. They just roll a lot faster, because the BBs just help them along. And then they stay there. I mean, they stay there for the entire time that it's in the engine. So your startup is going to have a lot less wear than you would normally have without it. Your startup friction.
Okay. On your everyday diesel treatment, there is a power company out of Pittsburgh that makes a fuel treatment, after treatment product. And I'm just wondering, what's the difference between yours and theirs?
Yeah. This is digging back into the archives. I got to think this one through. They're using a different type of technology, and I'm trying to remember what it was. It's almost like a catalyst or something.
Yes.
And when we were making the EDT, we tested that to see if it would work better. And the problem was we couldn't get consistent results. So we got, like a couple good runs, but then it started to not do so well. With the EDT, what we're able to do is, basically affect change in a couple different ways. One is just by cleaning everything up, but also by increasing the cetane and then adding the lubricity. So I think when we were testing that, that specific chemical, we weren't able to get the results that we wanted across the board. And then the other thing is, with the EDT, we wanted to make a fully blended additive that would address everything inside the fuel system, like rust and corrosion, detergent, better fuel economy, the whole 9 yards, the DPF situation, all of that. So we went in our direction. We probably should go back and retest it just to see, if they've made any gains or anything, see if there's any improvements we can make. But believe it or not, one thing that we always try to do is say that we have the best product in the world, and I'm constantly pushing R&D to check everything to make sure that we can keep making that claim, maybe not on the bottle, but just, my philosophy is if it can be made better, then we should be doing it. If there's something better out there that we could put in there, then we should just buy that and we can put that component in. So we're usually on target to try to keep that going. One other thing to think about for everybody that's listening, whenever you use a fuel additive, there's like two things that there's more than two, but the two basic things that are happening is you're cleaning the system up so that it can function the way it was intended to. So everything's flowing better, you're getting a better burn, all that kind of stuff. But the second thing is you're chemically altering the fuel so that it burns a little bit better. Now, depending on the additive, you're trying to adjust which one's more important for that treatment. So our Diesel Extreme, for instance, will chemically alter the fuel to burn better, but its main function is to clean everything up from top to bottom and make it run better. The EDT, on the other hand, we're more concerned with chemically altering the fuel so it burns cleaner and better and gives you more output. And we backed off the cleaning agents because, we don't use any fillers. It's just 100% additive. So we have to pick and choose what do you want in there. So that's basically how it works. So with the product you're talking about, it might be doing a better job cleaning up front, but then I don't know that the long-term effects are there.
Okay. Do you have time for a short testimonial?
Sure.
I got a bottle of the Stiction Eliminator. I have a little car I drive back and forth to work. It's got 215,000 miles on it. And the top end was starting to make a little bit of clatter and noise. So I put the Stiction Eliminator in it. And within about 200 miles, the clattering noise was going away. It smoothed out. 5,000 miles, do an oil change on it. And I added the FR3 to it. And that's what I was curious about with it up here in Northeast Indiana. It's a brisk 43 degrees out this morning. And with the snow and cold that's coming, I was wondering if that's going to help it start after sitting over a week or so of not going anywhere. And with that Stiction Eliminator, it took that little top end clatter away. And it made a believer out of me with cleaning that little 4-cylinder up and making it run smoother and sounding like it's back to the way it should be.
Yeah, it's amazing how much better everything runs. Yeah, what was really unique about what we did with the Stiction Eliminator is, a lot of times when you make a cleaner, it's almost like it is a solvent. So you're cleaning the inside of the engine, but you're increasing the wear because you're, taking away from that. They call it hydrodynamic lubrication. So it just makes the oil thinner and makes metal surfaces run. So most of the other products on the shelf that are made to do like an engine flush, it will tell you not to push the accelerator, run it for 60 seconds, that type of thing. It's because they know they're breaking down the oil while they're cleaning those surfaces. So what we did that was really unique is we actually reduced the wear by 62%. Over Shell Rotella. And by using those Group 5 esters, we actually made the oil better and cleaned at the same time. So it was just a really interesting way of, going about it because the cleaning power, the latest formula was 30% better than the old formula, and it cleaned better than anything on the shelf. And it also reduced the wear more than anything on the shelf that we could find that we can get our hands on. So it was just like a home run. And what you just described is exactly what it was intended to do. That's what it does all the time. So perfect explanation for us. Or
okay.
example
well,
of it,
thank you for getting Steve on the air, and thank you for your time.
No, thank you for listening, and thanks for using the products. Let us know if you need anything else.
There you go. Rookie, have a great night. Have a great weekend. Before we get to our news break, I had thrown that question out there. What's your recommendation for an older car that smokes a little bit? Anything that might help that out, Chris?
The Stiction Eliminator and the Gasoline Extreme at the same time if it's a gas. And the reason is, normally when it's smoking, you've got oil going past the rings, right? And it's getting into the combustion area, and that's what's causing the smoke. So those rings get deposits on the top and on the bottom. So on the bottom, the deposits are from oil, and on the top, it's from the gasoline. We want to clean both of those so those rings move in and out. They're supposed to be, they're supposed to slide in and out, up and down like a squeegee going up and down the cylinder. And once they get frozen up with carbon deposits, they don't do that. They just kind of allow the oil to squeeze by it. I've had a lot of success by using those two products together. It cleans out both the top and the bottom part of those rings. So all of a sudden it starts firing just right.
Okay. There you go. Give that a try and let us know next time Chris is on. I hope that takes care of you there. All right, top of the hour. We reached the midnight hour on the West Coast, 3 a.m. in the Eastern time zone, and plenty of room for you if you want to jump on board. Our number is 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After 9 days of testimony, the jury in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse will soon begin deliberations. The Illinois teenager is accused of shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them during riots last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after the death of George Floyd.
The evidence is closed, and we're going to break for the weekend at this point. Lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow.
Judge Bruce Schroeder, he says closing arguments will begin on Monday. Rittenhouse claims he acted in self-defense. The prosecution says he went to Wisconsin because he was looking for trouble. A U.S. appeals court has put off allowing Congress access to former President Trump's White House records regarding January 6th. There's a scheduled hearing coming up in 2 weeks on the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
The United States honored Veterans Day with celebrations around the country. President Biden was at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. He called veterans the spine of America and promised to meet the sacred obligation owed to them.
Our veterans represent the best of America. You are the very spine of America, not just the backbone. You're the spine of this country. And all of us owe you.
A pair of powerful storm systems, including a rare November blizzard, are forecast to hit the northern United States. Blizzard warnings are in place for parts of northeastern South Dakota and western Minnesota through Friday night. Several inches of snow and wind gusts of up to 55 miles per hour could create whiteout conditions and difficult travel in the area as an intensifying windy storm, sometimes known as a November witch, is striking the region. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. A lot of people do not like their health plan right now, but great news, you're not stuck with it. There's another choice called MediShare, and it's a great option if you're self-employed or changing jobs or part of the gig economy. The typical family saves $500 a month with MediShare, and the customer satisfaction rate is double that of typical health insurance. Find out more, including how much you'll save. Just call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
Some basketball stars are speaking out against human rights violations in China.
Boston Celtics star Enes Kanter says he felt encouraged to speak out against China after the NBA supported players in fighting other injustices and human rights. Kanter using his social media platforms to call out and bring awareness to China's treatment of the Uyghur community, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. His comments and posts have caused a backlash in China, with the Celtics games being pulled by Chinese video streaming sites and the government criticizing the 29-year-old's comments. Kanter also calling out other athletes and celebrities on CNN.
There is so many athletes, so many actors, so many singers, and so many people who has a platform are speaking out many of the issues out there in the world. But when it comes to China, when it comes to China's Communist Party, they're scared because they care too much about money, they care too much about business, and they care too much about endorsement deals. To me, the human rights and saving people's lives comes first. So that's why I wanted to do this project.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Don't forget, you can listen to the news anytime by logging on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Another hour underway here on a Friday. Zooming in on the radar. A soggy night for travel in the east. I'd venture to say Horse Feathers is probably rolling in the rain. Rain. Rain stretching from almost down to Charlotte, North Carolina. It's raining in Greensboro. On up to Roanoke, Virginia. Heavy rains, as a matter of fact, east of Roanoke. Things clearing out over the western portions of West Virginia, about the eastern half of the state. You're socked in. You're in the rain from Pittsburgh to Harrisburg. They're in Pennsylvania. Rain flat out coming down. State College, PA, up to Jamestown, New York. On up into Buffalo. Rain will be moving into the Rochester area in short order. That's the eastern flank of that big storm. On the western flank, that's where the snow is flying tonight. Yeah, from Minot to Bismarck, North Dakota, on over into the Fargo area, southward. Some snow returns coming in all the way down to the northern and central portions of Iowa, as a matter of fact. You may see a few flakes. I don't think it's going to mount to much. Yeah, areas north of Des Moines, and some of that be pushing through the Waterloo area in the coming hours. Another area, some showers and a few pockets of heavy rain in southern portions of Kansas. Again, this is all part of that overall broad system. From Dodge City to Wichita, you're in the rain right there along the Kansas-Oklahoma line, moving over into the southwestern portions of Missouri, as a matter of fact. Big storm system, a lot of wind on that western flank of the storm. High wind warnings, blizzard warnings, by the way. If you weren't with us in hour number 1, blizzard warnings are in place for northeastern portions of South Dakota and the west central portions of Minnesota. That continues through the day today. I believe those continue till like 6 o'clock this evening in that region. So windy conditions. By the way, I think I may have neglected to mention there are dense fog advisories through much of the southeastern USA, right through the heart of Tennessee, central Tennessee, most of Alabama, about the northern 3/4 of that state, just along the Gulf Coast. No fog advisories there. Most of Mississippi and central portions of Louisiana. A lot of fog you're rolling through there in the south. Now, I jump back over some of our other listening friends who were chiming in this morning via YouTube and Facebook and whatnot. Let me see. I have, as far as to clarify, Dean, I believe, Chris, you said for the guy with the older car, the smoky engine or the smoky vehicle, the stiction eliminator and the gasoline extreme, was that it?
Correct.
Okay.
So you're trying to clean up those carbon deposits from both sides.
Okay, because he
the
thought,
oil side and the fuel side.
He thought you said the stiction eliminator and the FR3, and I thought you said, the stiction eliminator and the gasoline extreme. You're getting something on each side of the piston there, I guess. All right. Morning to the Dingbat checking in. Hi there, Dingbat. Be safe out there on the road. Franklin says, morning, Steve. Good morning, Chris. Thank you so much, Chris, for getting the man back on. I deliver fake news 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and Steve has kept me more informed, better than I get from my job. So I guess he's out there throwing newspapers that he calls the fake news. He goes on to say, Chris, I mean, it's good golly. I've never called into Steve because he's like a god to me, and I would just stumble on my words, but I love everything you and him do. Thanks so much for bringing him back. I really want to try your products because I literally destroy my cars, all the stopping and starting, the shifting gears. But since good old Joe's gotten in office, I can't afford anything but maintenance. But I do spread the word about your products whenever I can. Well, thank you, Franklin. That's quite the compliment. Just an everyday guy. Chris, Steve, I'm just an everyday guy, right? I'm just like anybody else.
I don't know about that. You're like a god.
Oh, boy.
I would say this for Franklin, because, you know, he does bring up a good point. There's a rare, it has to be a small percent, like under 5% of the people in the country that drive a lot. I mean, most people trade cars in every 2 years and they, put 15,000 miles on a car a year. But then there's the people that make a living with their car, and that's their major expense. When I was on the road all the time, my truck or my car, whatever I was driving, was the most expensive part of my business plan, if you will. I mean, it was just working for myself. So, but basically it was my gas in my car. For those people, I know this sounds hard to buy into, but putting the whole setup in, using the synthetic transmission fluid, the synthetic oil, the bypass filter, you can make those vehicles literally last forever. Back in my early days when I was delivering oil and I had like a 3/4 ton Dodge van, this would have been maybe 97, 98, and I would use those for the smaller deliveries. And then we had like a stake bed truck that it was like the first new vehicle I've ever gotten. So what I did was I put a bypass filter on the transmission, I put one on the engine, and then I put the synthetic oils in, and I ran them. At that point, those Dodge vehicles were known to have slippage in the transmissions. Like everybody said, the transmissions just don't hold up. The engines do, but the transmissions don't. It was just a gasoline engine. And I ran that thing, way overloaded it. I mean, way overloaded it lots of times and never changed oil in it. And I think at maybe 130,000, 140,000 miles, I was still getting good oil analysis back from it. it's just one of those things that once you understand, it's really easy to do, but getting there because we're not used to it is kind of a harder thing to comprehend. But if I had a vehicle and I was delivering papers or something like that and doing a lot of stuff, I'd put the bypass filter on there. And, if I didn't use the full synthetic, I would at least put, an oil in there with the FR3 and then, try to extend out the oil changes and see how far I can go.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of miles. I mean, you're out there, I guess he's driving that vehicle all night long. And I didn't know people worked that hard, 7 days a week, all year long. Good golly.
Oh, my. Yeah. Well, the other thing is the oil changes. A lot of times some of these products don't make sense for somebody that's going to have their oil changed at Walmart once a year, that's $25, so putting $200 worth of equipment on your car doesn't make sense. But, when I was changing oil, I think it was every 3 weeks because I was putting around 50, 60,000 miles on. It was about every 3 weeks I was changing the oil, and I thought, man, this isn't, very much fun at all. And that's when I started learning about the bypass filters and oil analysis and the rest of the story. And once I switched over, I realized how much easier it was because, I didn't have to worry about it.
All right, let me see here. Looking at, got an email from David just a few moments ago. Steve, it's great to hear the boss man. What a wealth of knowledge. Hopefully I'll be able to meet you both if I'm able to make it to the truck show next year. I've been using the products for years, absolutely love them. I was a believer from the first use of the Gasoline Extreme when it increased my miles per gallon, almost 3 miles per gallon, and I've been using it ever since. Right now, driving a 2016 Honda Civic, 83,000 miles, the 1.5-liter turbo. I commute almost 120 miles round trip daily. I use the Gasoline Extreme, the FR3, and the engine, and added the Shift Restore as a preventative. Everything's working great, but my question is about the Gasoline Extreme. With the change of gasoline to the winter blend, I'm just kind of curious what Chris might recommend for dosage and how often. I think I've got like an 11 or 12-gallon tank. And would there be any benefits or downfalls to treating it more often than what the bottle says? Just kind of curious what Chris might recommend.
So as far as like how often to do it, that is not a perfect science. We had to, make some guesses on that because, everybody drives differently. There's different amounts of buildup in there. So I would say that since he's driving so much, sticking with what the bottle says is probably right for him. Now you can put more in. There's a performance dose in there, and the EPA will only allow you to alter the fuel so much. I know this sounds crazy, but there's a limit on how much you can change it. So we have two dosages on there. One is an off-road and one's an on-road. And the reason that we did that was we knew that we had better effects if we had a little bit more in there, but the EPA wouldn't let us put it on the label that way. So if you want to put a little bit more in there, you'll probably get better results as the winter fuel hits us, which it's hitting us right now. I'm sure they're already changing over.
Yep. All right. And for the coupon code, Dean, it is Overnight Drive. He said, I'm placing my order. What's that coupon code again? Simply just all one word, Overnight Drive. Get you the 10% off there. All right, next up is Greg. Morning, Greg. What's on your mind?
Morning, gentlemen. Hey, I have two GM vehicles. One's an 01, one's an 02, and I am having issues with my fuel gauge, and I'm wondering if one of those treatments would maybe help loosen up the floats in those.
Oh, absolutely, if that's what it is, if it's not electronic. But yeah, if it's the float, the Gasoline Extreme will clean up the deposits that are around there and take care of that. That's one of the tests that we do in the lab. One of the things that we do is put things in, like just let them sit in a solution and see which ones do a better job. So it goes right along that alley that you're talking about.
Well, that's one. So Gasoline Extreme, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. And I would just double dose one tank and see if that doesn't solve it.
And I believe Chris said you say that is one you have to order via the website, hotshotsecret.com, because they won't put it in the retail, because the bottle thing or whatever, I think you said last time you were on.
Yep. Yes, sir. So the retailers won't put it on the shelf yet until we come up with a bottle that meets the capless systems that are out there right now. So those of you that have used these, none of my vehicles has them, but I've rented cars and had them. It's, there's no cap on the fill tube where you go to fill up your gasoline. There's two trap doors, one at the top, and then there's another one about, 4 or 5 inches down in there. And that's how they keep it, without a cap. The problem is if you put the bottle in there, like even a long neck bottle, the threads around the bottle get stuck on that little trap door. So you can't pull it back out. So it's tricky.
Okay, I got you. Mine does not have that issue. So you order it online at hotshotsecret.com.
That is correct.
Correct.
And use the coupon code Overnight Drive when you're checking out.
Hey, that's
Absolutely.
wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you.
I will give it a try and get back with you.
Thank you so much.
Let us know how it works.
Hope it works out.
Thank you.
Weren't those GM? Because I had that problem with the Firebird, and I actually had to replace the fuel pump on the county. GM's had they were notorious for having issues with their the fuel gauges working correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of times, they're inside they're always in the tank, but to get to it, you have to almost pull the back seat out or drop the tank. So it's never an inexpensive proposition,
We had to drop the tank on the Firebird. I think I had to replace the fuel the fuel pump in that as well. We've done both of them. I don't have the Fire Chicken anymore. Yeah, I had to drop the tank on it because there was like some cross member in the back that they had to pull. It was a hell of a job to replace that fuel pump.
Mm-hmm.
Cadillac, you were able to get through the trunk. You had to get in the trunk there, and the problem we ran into on that one was that little screw thing that kind of locks it in place, kind of like a dispose all under the sink kind of thing. It was all rusted and corroded, and we couldn't get it to come off. But I had an uncle that had a friend that was able to work that out. But yeah, I love those GM fuel gauges. All right, looking at 23 past the hour. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, you remember they used to have a pump, like the fuel pump used to be outside the tank, like along the rail, and you can just change that thing in about 15 minutes. And then they started putting all the pumps in the gas tanks because that would keep them cool. The only problem is if you run low on gas, you shorten the life of it. So you should, never get below a quarter of a tank if on today's cars, just because it shortens the life of the fuel pump.
I had heard that, and if you're like a lot of people who I was one that would run the thing damn near empty all the time. It's like, I can make it to work one more time without putting any, and that kind of kills the fuel pump, right? It gets too hot.
Correct. Yeah, I do the same thing, but yeah, you're right. It just seems like I'm always in a hurry. It's like, I could do it tomorrow. I can get one more day out of this.
I can make it. Okay. Hey, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, jump back to the calls here on a Friday morning at 844-844-3388. Would that be Big Sexy?
It sure is. How's it going this morning, you?
Doing well. Here's another one of those guys out there putting miles and miles and miles, throwing those papers every night.
Yeah, I don't have the stop and go like I used to have throwing the houses. You know, I may hit 5 or 6 stores in one town and then the post office and then drive 20 or 30 miles to the next one and do the same thing. So it's not stop and go, stop and go, stop and go like it used to be. If you remember, Chris, I'm the one that's got the Ford Escape, you know. You was telling me about your daughter had one and all that. Yep. I think it's got 243,000 miles on it now, still going. I use the products in it. My question for you is, I just bought a used Dodge Grand Caravan with about 150,000 miles on it. And I'm using it a lot now because I got more room in it. And not driving the Escape as much, but I still drive it just to keep it, go ahead set up. On the Caravan, the shift restore, do I need to drain a little bit out of the transmission before I put that in there, or?
I don't think so. I mean, you could see where it's out on the dipstick, but generally, those transmissions, between the transmission, the pan, and the torque converter, they've got, it's close to 4 gallons, 3 or 4 gallons in there. And
it's right on the full mark, right now on the dipstick, right on the full mark. So.
Yeah, if you can, does it have a plug on it, or has it just got the bolts where the whole pan comes down?
I haven't looked under it.
Yeah, normally that's the heartburn I get with it. They don't put a plug on it, so it's not easy to get any fluid out of it. Right. In the past, I've always just put some in on top of it, and we've never had a problem. Okay. I just think that it's such a big reservoir, it's not noticed. But that's really that's actually the vehicle that we started, the Dodge Caravans, where we started making that product for in the first place, way back in the first version of it was in, I think, 99. Because of all those.
This is a 2000.
What was that?
This is 2005 model. That's what I done with my, I did have a Dakota. That's what I did with it. I put the Escape. I didn't drain any out. I just added what it called for. And I've already used the Stiction Eliminator, and of course I use the Gasoline Extreme. I use it just about on the Gasoline Extreme. I treat just about every other tank.
Excellent.
With it,
good results. Right? You can see.
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, when I got the Caravan, it was getting around 19 miles to the gallon. And right now, the last due, I'm looking for the receipt here where I wrote it down and figured it out. It was 22.2.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's what we like to hear, man.
I heard somebody talking about putting the shift restore in the power steering. I thought I heard you one time say you could put some FR3 in the power steering to help it.
Either one. The shift restore is the one that I've used in the past, and it's crazy how it's nuts how well it works. Now it only takes like a tablespoon. I mean, again, you just like put a paper towel in there and pull a little bit out of it. It does not take. I think I put a capful in before, and it's amazing how well that thing works. A lot of times I recommend it for people that, have put big tires on their trucks and then they haven't upgraded the pump. So then the pump's working twice as hard to turn those tires. But on we had a Chrysler Sebring, and the power steering pump was squealing, real bad. The power, it didn't matter what you were doing, just always, it started making a lot of noise. And somebody else that had one had told me that they had to replace the whole power steering system on the car. It was like $2,000. And I thought, no, that don't sound good. So this is no exaggeration. I had the car running. I put the hood up, put the prop on it, and opened it up. I just took literally a splash, like a cap full of it, put it in there, put the cap back on the power steering fluid. And by the time I got the prop down, it had stopped making any noise. I mean, just 30 seconds, 60 seconds. I couldn't believe how much it helped it. I mean, completely fixed it. And then after that, it never had a problem. So I'm not sure what's going on inside there, but I know that really fixes it.
Well, this one's starting to make a little bit of noise like it. So I've got plenty of that. I've got 2 big bottles of that shift restore. So I'll just put like a cap full in there like you was talking about and see what that does to it. I've got one other question for you. Go ahead.
Sure. No, that'll quiet it down. Go ahead and use that and let us know how it worked. But go ahead. What was your other question?
Don't you make like a spray, something similar to like the WD-40, but not WD-40, something similar to that, a lubricant?
We do. We have two spray products. One is Never Rust, and then the other one is Spray and Stay Grease. The Never Rust is something that's supposed to break things free, but just it keeps them from rusting for a long time. And then the Spray and Stay is it is a grease. I mean, it comes out it's actually in 2 parts in the can, which is kind of unique. And then as it goes through the nozzle, it mixes them together so that it sticks on like a grease. We thought about trying to see if it would work as a 5th wheel grease because it's actually a grease, but we haven't.
I'm not really looking for a grease. What I'm looking for is, these the old newspaper racks, where you put the quarters in and then you open the door. Mm-hmm. They tell us not to spray WD-40 in there to lubricate stuff because the dirt and grime will build up in it and cause problems. They say use carburetor cleaner on it. And I wondered if you had one of the 2 sprays that would, kind of clean and keep that stuff and not be, attract dirt and grime build up, kind of help that stuff work better.
Yeah. Is it out in the weather? Does it get a lot of rain and such?
Yeah, it's out in the weather. They're outside. They get all kind of weather. Right. Of course, it's inside the corn mechanism is inside the head of the rack there. So it's not but there's dust, dirt and stuff will get it. You drive down a dirt road with your windows up, you're gonna get dirt and dust and stuff in your vehicle. That stuff will get in anywhere.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, the Never Rust would be the better choice for that, and just to use it sparingly, like just put enough on there, and then maybe even wipe off any excess to make sure that it doesn't, attract any dust or dirt.
They told us just take a bottle of carburetor cleaner or something, and just spray a little bit of it in, where you put the coins in, and let that, they said that will kind of loosen all the dirt and stuff up in there. But I didn't know that Never Rust that you're talking about would do the same thing, or might even work better.
That's a tough one because I understand the idea of just cleaning and not leaving anything there to attract more. So you may do an experiment and try both ways and see which one gives you a better result.
I may get some of that and just try it on a rack and see if that rack does better than the others. If it does, then I'll start using it on all of them,
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, do a little bit of an experiment there, but I was going to ask you about that if you had one that was like that would do that. But yeah, I use the products in both of them now, and I'm going to add a little bit of that shift restore to the I hadn't added it to the transmission yet on the Grand Caravan, and I'm going to put a little bit in the power steering. See if that quiets that down. But I've got the stickers on the vehicle and everything, and I've got my mechanic now where he wants to start. I told him where to go to order it and all that, and so I'm pushing the product.
Hey, we appreciate it. Tell them to call him. We'll make him a dealer. We're always looking for distributors and dealers. We want the product to be as available as possible for everybody. So we can.
Oh, I did have one other question. You're talking about a while ago when you're talking about the other newspaper guy. People that does a lot of driving. I put like 1,000 miles or more a week, about a little over 200 miles a night on. I'm 5 nights, not 7 like he is, but I'm hitting that 3,000 oil change like you're talking about at least once a month, if not sooner. You talk about those bypass filters and all that. I had never, put any of them on there. I've always used your Stiction Eliminator and the Gasoline Extreme and the, FR3. But not when I don't use the Stiction Eliminator. Would it benefit to go to the other? Start using bypass filters and.
Now, see, the tricky part on the car is just installing it because, on a lot of diesel engines, they have pressure available, a lot of different places. But when I would install them on a car, first of all, finding a place under the hood to put it's kind of tricky. But once I figured that out, I usually can tap in. We got a plate adapter that will go on where your oil filter goes, and it's got a line that you can run the line to the filter to, and then just return it back into the cap, the fill cap. But if you put a bypass filter on there, you can easily go a year between oil changes. Just do an oil sample test every other month and make sure that everything's in good order. That would be like you're the kind of guy that would work out for. I mean, most other people it doesn't work out so well, but in your application that would be perfect.
Based on the number of miles, right? Hey, I'm a little bit way behind, but we got to get our news break in here. All right. Thank you, Big Sexy. Thanks for checking in, and we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After 9 days of testimony, the jury in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse will soon begin deliberations. The Illinois teenager is accused of shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them during riots last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after the death of George Floyd.
The evidence is closed, and we're going to break for the weekend at this point. Lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow.
Judge Bruce Schroeder, he says closing arguments will begin on Monday. Rittenhouse claims he acted in self-defense. The prosecution says he went to Wisconsin because he was looking for trouble. A U.S. appeals court has put off allowing Congress access to former President Trump's White House records regarding January 6th. There's a scheduled hearing coming up in 2 weeks on the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, and we are back on a Friday. Now, let me see. Yeah, the number 844-844-3388. Hang in there. Horse Feathers got you coming up next there. Larry is on board. What's going on, Larry?
Well, I'm a repeat offender. I got most of my questions answered by listening. The gas extreme, how often to use it, and the bypass filter. I was really interested in that. You say it's pretty bad or hard to put on a car?
It's not as easy as it is a diesel, just because it seems like there's not nearly enough room there to put it. But we do try to make it easier by making an adapter plate that you can put right in between your filter and the base where you screw your filter on. If you go online and if you look at the pictures of it, it'll make a lot of sense to you.
That was my next question. You got any videos of it, like installation videos on it, or?
We do. We've got several installation videos. I don't know if we have one of somebody put it on a gas engine, but we do have a couple mechanics on staff that could walk you through it and help you out. They could also even maybe pre-make a kit for you so it's even easier.
Okay. I put about 600 miles a week on my car, driving back and forth every day. That just sounded like it might be a good idea.
It would. I mean, when I was driving a lot, I'm telling you, it just saved me a lot of headaches and grief. But once you put it on, you'll call back and say it really wasn't that hard. It was easy. It's just not the normal thing that we're used to doing.
Would it be worth putting it on a car with 100,000 miles on it right now, or?
Are you going to keep it? Do you like the car?
Well, yeah, I do. I talked to you earlier. It uses oil, and I used your stiction and stuff, and that seemed to help it. So now the last oil change, I just put the FR3 in it, so I really haven't been driving it much right now. I'll be starting here shortly again, but.
Yeah, if you're going to keep it, then yeah. But believe it or not, once you put that filter on, you're stopping the wear inside the engine. As strange as that sounds, it's there's a lot of abrasive wear that happens in there when little slivers of metal shave off just normal wear and tear. They go and get heat treated because they get close to the cylinders or close to the combustion chamber. Then they come back and they scratch up some more. So that's just what wears the engine out normally. When you put the bypass filter on, it's like running brand new oil through the engine all the time. Every time you're driving it, it's like brand new oil. So if you tested it after the first 500 miles, that oil is going to test out cleaner than brand new oil off the shelf. And I mean, just if you can imagine always running brand new oil in your car, you can just, picture that would probably last forever. So to answer your question, yeah, I mean, you will literally never wear the engine out once you put it on there.
Okay, well, I'll have to get home today. I'll look you up. And the gasoline extreme, now you said use it about every other tank on a case like that then? Running, I go through like a tank and a half of gas a week in my car.
Yeah, I would say every other tank. And if you want to stretch it out to every third, yeah, try it every third and see if you lose any fuel economy. I mean, if you're driving that much, you're probably keeping track of your fuel economy to see where it's at.
Oh, yeah, I check every tank. I've always had a bad habit of that. So.
No, that's the way that I do.
One question for Steve. Does he remember a truck stop out in Pennsylvania that used to have a hamburger named after his dad?
I remember him talking about it. Yeah, they had a Bozo burger. I can't remember. Was it a half pound or it was a big burger or something?
1 pound.
One pound. Wow, that's a big boy.
yeah, one. And I used to eat a few of those.
Wow.
That's how long I've been listening to you and your father. So.
Wow, I don't remember what the name of that truck stop was.
Diamond J.
Is that it? Okay.
Diamond J truck stop.
Is it still exist or is it gone?
I think it was Reynoldsville. I think it's gone. I don't get out that way anymore, but I ate a few of his burgers out there. They were always pretty good.
Okay.
So, all right, you guys have a good night. Let some more in there. Talk to you later.
Thanks. Have a good morning, Larry. Great to have you with us. Yeah, the old Diamond J.
All right, take care.
Yep. Yeah, I remember him talking about it. Can you imagine a 1 pound burger? That's a big boy. I mean, a Wendy's triple. A triple is 3/4 of a pound. That'd be like a Wendy's quadruple.
Yeah, I don't know if I can handle that. Maybe 20 years ago I could, but not these days.
Yeah,
I got to get my stomach muscles.
Something they sell at the heart. They sell that at the Heart Attack Grill, right?
Yep.
Our poor friend Sylvester there in the land down under. He says, I really wish we could get this product here in Australia. How difficult is it to get into a overseas markets and whatnot, Chris? It's probably a tough task, huh?
We're working on it. We've been working on it, but we're putting a lot more horsepower behind getting it down there. Trying to call and see if we can get some distributors to buy. The smaller quantities aren't the end of the world. It's just the shipping that is not so much fun. Some of the countries like the EU, they've got a lot of regulatory things. So we're, working on ways to get it there, have blenders there, maybe set up deals where somebody could make it. We can ship the ingredients, but they really kind of set the system up to where they don't want outside people bringing product in. They want to sponsor the people that are making products in their own countries. So we're trying to work with that. Australia is not that bad. The only problem we've got with Australia is we just can't get any of the distributors to pick it up. Like the equivalent of Tractor Supply here, we can't get them to buy into the idea that it would be a big hit there. So we're still working on it. Hopefully, this quarter we'll get something to pop there.
Well, that's what I was thinking with because there's so many various products, and some of them are considered snake oils. If you're trying to enter a new market, it's convincing people. I mean, how many years has it taken you to go? Next year's 25 years. And it didn't happen overnight. It took time for people have to try it and say, hey, this really works. And then tell their next friend and the next. It takes a period of time for people to realize something really works.
Right. But now that we've got so much branding power in the U.S., you would think like Australia would be the natural place to go next. I mean, the language is common. The vehicles are common. So I'm going to work on that next week, see if I can't get that pushed along a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just I'm looking at some of his comments. I don't know if you can see the comments from like the YouTube and whatnot, but he said, my order, I did like a $67 order and the shipping's like $31. So that's the problem, right? Trying to get from point A to point B.
Yeah. Yeah. We got to work on that.
I guess everything,
and the shipping's not getting better.
And it's got to be go like air freight, right? That's probably a reason it's also expensive.
Correct. Yeah, it goes on a plane, and because it's kind of a hazardous good, so that has to be moved up the chain. It's not just like shipping everything else. I wonder if they have if Amazon, and if we can get Amazon in Australia, if that's a very big thing there.
Dean, there's a question for you. At the Amazon thing down there. All right. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. What's going on, Horse Feathers? Are you playing in the rain this morning?
Absolutely. Yeah. Morning, Your Honor. Morning, Chris. Yeah. Thank you for all the rain there. That's you and Yankee weather gods. So I think I have the answer there about Hunter Biden's paintings. Have you heard of the Culinary Act there going through Congress? The Culinary Act, the bill for the Culinary Act? And
no.
It's something about the Build Batter Butter Act, the Build Batter Butter Act. So I guess, Joe's got something in line there to get some money there to buy all Hunter's paintings there, and they're going to put them in the national museums there. So you're going to be able to go down to the national museums and see all Hunter's paintings all put up there. So another reason to go to D.C., right?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently not. So Chris, I hear we're having a Christmas party.
We are on the 18th.
So do I get my invitation at some point? And is there transportation? How do I look for that? Does it come in an email, or do you send that, like the postal service, or is there, does it courier come and hand me a golden ticket to get into the Willy Wonka chocolate factory, and is there transportation for me to get out to Ohio? Me and my wife to come out there. Is transportation included with that?
Yeah, I would love to do all that. It's about all we can do to get the Christmas party done. By the time we get a building and get the menu, it's like, holy smokes, it's a major ordeal getting all that put together.
Yeah. No, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear you got that going on out there. Sounds like it'd be a good time.
Yeah, it really is that's our biggest event of the year. We normally the first Fridays we shut down and have happy hour for everybody and just let them go out to the bar and have a beer or two and kind of, talk about the month, the wins and the losses. But Christmas party in the summertime, we do a cookout, every, couple of months. We try to do it every month, but we always get too busy. But we'll do the same thing, just sit down and grill up some burgers and let everybody hang out. But the Christmas party is the one where everybody has a really nice time. And nice to get dressed up and do something different too,
Absolutely. It's good to get a nice venue like it sounds like you're going to have to do that too. I know I've done, I've been in a lot of businesses that have done that, and some of the vendors we work for put on parties of that nature. And it's always good to do that, and get some of the people in that a lot of the people that, you have in the business there don't always see every day, or, get the chance to interact with and then be able to meet and understand what they do. And as you say, have a good time. So, did Steve tell you there? I was working on a couple people for sponsors for you there, and I'm kind of pushing a little bit there for you. I found a couple people, organizations there that, we thought would be good fits for you there, and other ones that have sponsored other trucking shows and stuff. So I kind of put in a word. I put in a word, and I actually put in a word out on Steve's air there for everybody else to call him and bug them too. So I don't know how many phone calls they got. Hopefully they got a lot of phone calls to bug them about being a sponsor. So, but
perfect. But
anyways, so we'll see how that develops out there. Maybe we'll hear something about that before the end of the year. But that'd be awesome. As always, it's great to have you on, and thank you for everything you've always done for us and me and everything that, I ventured into. I appreciate the help that you put that way. So, anyways there, but, I'll be looking for my invitation to the Christmas party there. I'm looking forward to it. So, with that, I guess we'll catch you all later. Y'all have a good morning.
All right. Be careful of riding there in the rain, and get ready. Once that rain pushes on through, you're going to be watching for some colder weather coming your way as we head on through the weekend. Yep. Well, speaking of which, as we head towards top of the hour news update, quick weather check. November started on a chillier note after a near record warm October in much of the south and the east. The last few days, though, it's been a brief respite from the chill in the east, but don't get used to the milder weather you've been dealing with, as this cold front with this strong storm system tracks out of the plains and heads into the northeast today. It's going to reach the eastern seaboard. The air ahead of that front will be warm enough for the precip to fall in the form of rain there in the east. Now, there's another reinforcing shot of colder air by Saturday. Temperatures are going to fall, first of all, to near normal in New York City and Philadelphia to start the weekend. Then we'll see a bit of a ripple in the jet stream that moves from the Great Lakes into the Northeast Saturday. Temperatures in the east will be below normal by the time we get into Sunday. Get a load of this. Highs in the 50s as far south as southern Georgia. Burr. Like I said, it's only going to be, 43 for a high there in Crossville, Tennessee. For Kyle and all the racers come by Saturday. Even in Orlando, Florida, a forecast high of 74. About 5 degrees below what would be the average there this time of year. The core of the coldest air remains further to the west, but it's going to turn chilly by Sunday. While the southeast will be dry, showers continue in the northeast, especially away from the immediate coast. Much of New England, central New York, central PA will all be damp on Sunday. That time of the year, you start seeing those shots of chilly air rolling in. All right, final hour just ahead. Dean, hang in there. Got you next out of the box. Otherwise, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After 9 days of testimony, the jury in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse will soon begin deliberations. The Illinois teenager is accused of shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them during riots last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after the death of George Floyd.
The evidence is closed, and we're going to break for the weekend at this point. The lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow.
Judge Bruce Schroeder, he says closing arguments will begin on Monday. Rittenhouse claims he acted in self-defense. The prosecution says he went to Wisconsin because he was looking for trouble. A U.S. appeals court has put off allowing Congress access to former President Trump's White House records regarding January 6th. There's a scheduled hearing coming up in 2 weeks on the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
The United States honored Veterans Day with celebrations around the country. President Biden was at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. He called veterans the spine of America and promised to meet the sacred obligation owed to them.
Our veterans represent the best of America. You are the very spine of America, not just the backbone. You're the spine of this country. And all of us owe you.
A pair of powerful storm systems, including a rare November blizzard, are forecast to hit the northern United States. Blizzard warnings are in place for parts of northeastern South Dakota and western Minnesota through Friday night. Several inches of snow and wind gusts of up to 55 miles per hour could create whiteout conditions and difficult travel in the area as an intensifying windy storm, sometimes known as a November witch, is striking the region. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. A lot of people do not like their health plan right now, but great news, you're not stuck with it. There's another choice called MediShare, and it's a great option if you're self-employed or changing jobs or part of the gig economy. The typical family saves $500 a month with MediShare, and the customer satisfaction rate is double that of typical health insurance. Find out more, including how much you'll save. Just call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
Some basketball stars are speaking out against human rights violations in China.
Boston Celtics star Enes Kanter says he felt encouraged to speak out against China after the NBA supported players in fighting other injustices and human rights. Kanter using his social media platforms to call out and bring awareness to China's treatment of the Uyghur community, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. His comments and posts have caused a backlash in China, with the Celtics games being pulled by Chinese video streaming sites and the government criticizing the 29-year-old's comments. Kanter also calling out other athletes and celebrities on CNN.
There is so many athletes, so many actors, so many singers, and so many people who has a platform are speaking out many of the issues out there in the world. But when it comes to China, when it comes to China's Communist Party, they're scared because they care too much about money, they care too much about business, and they care too much about endorsement deals. To me, the human rights and saving people's lives comes first. So that's why I wanted to do this project.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Don't forget, you can listen to the news anytime by logging on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Final hour underway here on a Friday morning. Hope you've had a good week. We'll get more details here in just a moment, but you're talking about the whole supply chain issues. The House of Representatives, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, plans to explore some of these inefficiencies, and next Wednesday, that'd be the 17th, Wednesday the 17th, that committee is going to conduct a hearing entitled Industry and Labor Perspectives, a further look at North American supply chain challenges. That'll get underway at like 10:30 Eastern time. It will be live streamed, whatever. So, yeah, the whole, I guess the Republicans on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee essentially are saying, the Democrats, this administration, is not meeting the challenge. All the things they proposed, with trying to open the ports more hours, that more is going to have to be done. So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with. First, let's get, good morning, Dean.
How's it going, brother? Alrighty. So, Amazon. Amazon does have a presence in Australia. They are not very, very highly thought of in Australia. I'm pretty sure that, so if you remember when Amazon started in the States, they weren't really highly thought of in the States initially, and it improved. The problem over here is that it's a totally different type of mindset when it comes to employment. So in the States, what they've done is they've got a large number of small carriers that do their distribution, and that they can't do that over here. So the costs are inherently higher, which they've tried to move their business model from the States to here, and it's not working. So their costs are actually, if you go to eBay, which is over here as well, which is obviously, you'd have to have distribution over here to do your own eBay store or have someone do it for you. But the Amazon side of it, doing it through Amazon, your price will be significantly higher. That's just inherent with the way the business model is then translated into the Australian market. So, you've got the possibility of getting into some really good niche markets over here. The 4-wheel drive culture, which is huge over here. It's so much bigger than in the States. The thing about Australia too is that they love their cars. And I'm going to say this much to probably a lot of attacking in the States. I love you guys, but the majority of Australians, when they own a car, they own it for life. It's not something that they just keep turnover and then take it back and trade it in. My mother-in-law's car, which is the car I was talking about, is a 1995 Ford Festiva. Okay, this little car has got 100 and something thousand kilometers on it. But this is a 95. So so this 26-year-old car has 75,000 miles on it.
Oh my gosh.
Now, so the problem with it probably is that the seals and things like that are shrunken. They just haven't had enough use in reality. So I'm going to make the order as soon as the verification comes through for my my military service. I should have done this before. My last order, I just did it without it.
So
yeah.
who do I want to call down there to be a distributor?
Okay, so you have
Walmart?
Okay, so you Walmart doesn't exist now. They tried to, but they failed. They had a company, Walmart, one of the local grocery companies called Woolworths, which actually is not the same as America Woolworths. Tried to set up a company over here called Masters. Lowe's was involved with this as well, and they were like the competitor for the company that I work for. And they failed horribly because, again, they took an American business model and they tried to move it to Australia, and it didn't work. Australians are really, really, really nationalistic. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to have to fight against the Penrite. Are you familiar with Penrite oil?
Penrite oil? No,
Penrite,
I've not heard of Penrite.
So Penrite is is a premium oil that's made in Australia. Okay. It's not called Total. It's called Amcal. Is an Australian oil distribution company as well, and Australians go to them first, and they really love their cars and they like to put Australian products in them. So, but WD-40 is huge over here. But see, WD-40 ships it all over here, or ships a lot of it over here, and then it's just put into a can or a bottle over here. But some of it is actually produced here. Now, Lucas is over here, but it's made in the States, bottled in the States, and shipped over here. The company that I work for does not sell Lucas products. We have a strategic agreement with WD-40 and Valvoline, and the Valvoline products are mostly made here in Australia as well. Your biggest problem is going to be getting a distributor to buy into an unknown product. So what you guys did there and how you built your market there was pretty much what you have to do here, in that you have to find a niche, i.e. the trucking industry in the States, or in the four-wheel drive culture over here, or the trucking culture, which isn't as good of a market as it is in the States, and get into that, put your toe in the door, and just work your way in like you did there. The problem is you don't have a Steve Sommers overnight drive in Australia. You've got to get in and find the maybe a small distributor to start with that's willing to take on your product and then run with it and do what you did over there. Otherwise, you could lay out thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars and end up like Walmart, who invested millions and millions of dollars, and all of their stores are now owned and operated by the company that I work for, which is an Australian company. It's really critical that you build into it rather than just jump into it. If you jump into it, it's gonna hurt you financially. So the company that I work for took over a big chain of hardware stores in the UK called Handy Andy, and they tried to move the business model with all the little intricacies that they have here They have what's called a sausage sizzle for charity every weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So they have it's kind of like almost like hot dogs. And they did that. They took it to the UK. The Brits hated the idea. It was a totally different market, totally different idea. And within 2 years, they took the $13 billion that they paid for Handy Andy, and they sold it for $1.
Wow!
Because they just had to get out of it. It's a tough thing to do, but you can do it if you try.
Okay.
You need to find somebody with local knowledge that can do it, and then consult with them. Get a small distributor over here that's willing to take it on and has the financial prowess and the financial backing to be able to get in and actually do the footwork.
Okay.
And get into the niche market.
The other thing we could do is look for a fulfillment center in Australia, and then get the product landed there, and then run the orders through our regular channels.
Like through the fulfillment center, yeah. Again, it's a different system over here. Amazon does have that fulfillment center, like you're talking about. I don't know about using their their web structure that they've got. And other than that, I don't know who would do it over here. The Australia's like a lot of small companies working. There are still some really big ones, like the one that I work for. We're the largest employer in Australia, not counting the government. And, I'd have to look at who else could even possibly do that. Where you choose to be based is really important, because Melbourne is the distribution capital, because their costs are significantly lower. But Brisbane is rapidly, overtaking them. We're getting close to overtaking them because of the idiot government that they have down there in Victoria and Melbourne, because of the increased regulations that they're slapping on it, which is why Sydney has died. To land a container in Sydney is more than twice what it is to land one in Melbourne. But Brisbane, the problem isn't that they are cheaper to land in Brisbane than they are in Melbourne. But the problem is they just don't have the capacity that Melbourne or Sydney have. So that's where you may even find more issues. And then distribution from those locations. So, but anyway.
Do the people get really aggravated then?
What's that?
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to ask, do the people get really aggravated? With, you were talking about... Oh, sorry. What was that?
No. There's a bit of a delay. So because of that delay, I hear dead air and I'm thinking, oh, dead air, bad thing, talk. So I apologize for that.
He said, do the people there get really aggravated, I think was the question.
Well, with Sydney, here, California's our pain point. It's like a lot of people get frustrated with California, they're leaving. I'm wondering if the same thing's happening in Sydney. Man, these people are crazy. We're moving out here.
Well, okay, so see, again, this is a difference between the Australian mindset and the American mindset. In the American mindset, you go to another state that's not as crazy, i.e., you move to Texas, right?
Right.
The problem here is that the property values are so stupidly high everywhere because the local governments limit the amount of building that goes on. So, like, for example, my son sold his house in May of this year. They were supposed to begin building their house in August and moved in by Christmas. They haven't even started building yet. And big part of that is the government red tape. And even to build a house, you have to have government approval on your own land to build your house, not to check codes and things like that. But they have what's called building allotments. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because in Sydney, the average price of a home is 1.4 million Australian dollars. That's the average price of a home in Sydney. And the reason for that is because there's so little supply and there's this great demand and also a massive amount of foreign investment. So the problem ends up being you can't move anywhere. You can't just get mad at Sydney and go to Melbourne, or, just mad at Melbourne and go to Brisbane. You just can't do that because there's no properties to move to. It's really frustrating. It's a hard nut to crack, brother. And if you get into this, I think you'll do well, but you got to do it right. You got to do it with an understanding that you're going to have to sell the product. You're going to have to get the product like you did, and not wanting to mention any other names that other products did with the other show, to get in, build the product in a niche market, and get it to where you are now. It's going to be like starting over, and the frustrations are going to be there. You're going to have somebody that's going to do the hard work for you down here. And first off, how are you going to get down here if you're to come down here, because you can't even come here yet? That's another thing, is that the whole government control, brother.
That's crazy. Now I started by just going on different forums and telling people what we made, and then people started buying it. Of course, they all heckled me at first and said, "Oh, you snake oil salespeople, there's no way that could work." But then people started writing back into the forum saying, "Hey, this fixed my car and saved me $3,000. And, then the stories kept coming, and it just started building. But we could possibly get, I was just looking at fulfillment centers in Australia. They'll bring in the cases, we'd ship skids, and they would break them down into small orders and ship them out for me. So, it's a possibility. Sure. We could do that. It wouldn't cost you so much to have it shipped to you then.
Well, yeah, exactly, because that $67, no, that's US, by the way, $67 US and $31. That ends up being about $132 Australian for that order. No, a little bit less, $124 for that order. But it's worth it. It's worth it because this stuff works.
See, it would be your job. It would be your duty, Sylvester. You're the one that's got to get out there with the billboards and the signs and get out there, get the Australian market rolling. Hey, I've got to get to my time out here, but thanks for checking in there, Dean, and the land down under. Maybe some helpful advice. We return into plenty of room for you. Jump on in here. Final hour underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, if I can real quick, let me give you the rest of the detail about this about the hot topic of supply chain issues. Supply chain, the hot topic for sure in recent months, dominating the headlines. Of course, as the holiday season approaches here. Again, earlier this week, President Biden, he went up to Baltimore and tried to announce some additional steps to hopefully ease the supply chain issues. The steps announced on November the 9th include funding a Georgia Port Authority project to help alleviate congestion at the Port of Savannah and allowing port authorities around the nation to redirect project cost savings toward tackling supply chain challenges. Plus, the White House plans to develop a, quote, comprehensive freight movement playbook. To states that includes an assessment of truck parking facilities. Of course, last week with the passage of the infrastructure bill that the president's supposed to actually sign coming up next Monday, they will invest $110 billion to repair roads and bridges, $17 billion to improve infrastructure at coastal ports, inland ports, and waterways. The White House also expressed supply chain, addressed some of those issues back in October. Of course, that's when they announced that the Los Angeles, Long Beach ports would be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I don't know that things have really improved one iota since that change was made. Last check I saw, there were still somewhere 60 to 70 of those container ships stacked up off the coast there in California. All right, meanwhile, who's next up here? Let's get back to the calls. What you say, Knuckle Buster?
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Summers and Mr. Chris DeBeltrick. I've got a product that I bought, oh, good Lord, I can't even remember how many years ago. I bought 6 of them at one time. I can't even find them anymore. It has no company name on it. The only thing it says on it is patent pending. And it attaches to an oil bottle or even some of the other types of bottles for adding, like, it won't fit any of your bottles, Chris. So if I sent one to Steve and let you guys look at it, you think you could possibly come up with something similar to it? It's the best thing. You won't spill a drop of oil with this thing. I mean, that's everybody's all about the environment and all that stuff, wanting to keep us all clean and stuff. But would you be interested in at least looking at it?
Oh, absolutely. What does it do?
Well, it attaches to the top of an oil bottle, and it's got an on-off valve on it, and then it's got a little tip at the top of it for, like, if you're just putting it in a chainsaw, lawnmower, stuff like that. I mean, this thing is great. I've loved it. I've changed a lot of the bottles over the years, and it won't fit a lot of it.
And Knuckle Buster, you ran out of cell there. I hate when that happens. All right, so
yep.
So you could you kind of visualize what he was talking about, or no?
Yeah, I think so. It's almost like a funnel that screws onto the tip of the oil bottle, and then you can just dump it right in there.
Okay,
that's kind of what we need. That's probably what we need for those capless systems. We're trying to come up with something like that built into the bottle. I think we're getting closer. We just maybe another couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think someone actually sent us an email kind of alluding to that. Something about Have you thought about just having the regular bottle, but designing a funnel that could snap on top when it's not on use? He said, my Civic has that capless system, and it actually came with a funnel from the factory. Yeah, there's got to be a way to have one of those small funnels be able to snap down on the lid of the bottle for storage. Of course, the outside of the funnel would be smooth and it was not going to get caught on that lip or whatever. So I guess several folks along the same line of thinking. It's just, all right, I know you'll get something worked out. Let's get our news break in here. We'll get back with more of your calls as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After 9 days of testimony, the jury in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse will soon begin deliberations. The Illinois teenager is accused of shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them during riots last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after the death of George Floyd.
The evidence is closed, and we're going to break for the weekend at this point. Lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow.
Judge Bruce Schroeder, he says closing arguments will begin on Monday. Rittenhouse claims he acted in self-defense. The prosecution says he went to Wisconsin because he was looking for trouble. A U.S. appeals court has put off allowing Congress access to former President Trump's White House records regarding January 6th. There's a scheduled hearing coming up in 2 weeks on the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, had a couple of listening friends hanging on before the break there that dropped off during the break. And that was Gary in L.A., a.k.a. Lower Alabama, who hasn't called in quite some time. Guess he lost his cell. Morning, Gary. Love to hear from you. That I had a message. This guy said, hey, it's Tracy. I'm just calling to tell Steve I just found your program again. So he was hanging on, and well, I'm glad you found us. Give us a call back when you get a chance. Tracy, somewhere in the 502 area code, wherever that is. Meanwhile, let me jump back to, let's see, Eric's hanging in there. Morning, Eric. What's going on this morning?
Oh, not a whole lot. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller, and just had some questions on the Hot Shot Secret products. I have a 2011 F350 with the Power Stroke, which I run the EDT in, and just tried out the shift restore to fix some shifting problems. That's working great. Just kind of curious what else is recommended.
Have you run the stiction eliminator? How many miles are on it?
160,000.
Yeah. Have you run stiction eliminator through it yet?
I have not.
Yeah, that would be the next thing. You know, with that many miles, there's probably some buildup on the turbo, and probably even on like some of the bearings, like the cam bearings and things like that. So you want to get all that cleaned out so it's run just like it was new. If you looked inside there, you would see like buildup on what we call hot spots, just places inside there that get hotter than other areas. And then if you went in after the stiction eliminator, you know, if you can be on Magic School Bus and get made small and go through there, you would see it literally looks just like a brand new engine when you're done. And it's shiny new. So it's worth running, you know, at least one time through there.
Okay. Now, I noticed you guys are now making an oil. And I believe there's a 5W40 and you have a 1030. Is the 5W40 the only diesel one? Because I was looking at, because it has to meet the Ford specifications, supposedly.
So, yeah, the Blue Diamond 5W40 would meet the Ford. That's a diesel oil. So actually they're all diesel oils. There's only a few gas oils, but most of them are, you know, we started off in diesel and we're trying to add some gas ones to it now. But the Blue Diamond 5W40 would meet all the Ford specs for what you're trying to do there.
Now,
and that would be. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, like, as far as the oil, what additives are in that are going to help me out down the road?
So inside the 5W40 Blue Diamond, we're going to have a higher level, more additives, but a couple of things that we're putting in there that nobody else would be the FR3. And then there'd be probably a couple other things like a little bit of antimony and things like that nobody else uses. But the biggest difference is the base oil. So that's a full synthetic, you know, PAO base oil, Group 4, you can't buy a PAO on the shelf. So everything you see on the shelf is a synthetic. It's a Group 3. And if anybody that's listening, if you don't have to take my word for it, just Google, Federal Trade Commission, Castrol, synthetic engine oil, and it'll bring up the whole court case and tell you what happened. Back in the old days when Castrol had synthetic oil, they started off with a PAO synthetic like this, and then everybody else jumped in, and then they went to what's called a Group 3, which is just a regular motor grade oil that they've cleaned up a little bit more to make it function better. So the fastest, easiest way to explain that is if you can imagine rolling a piece of plywood across the gymnasium floor, and you've got hundreds of different size balls in there. You got everything from a volleyball down to BBs. That's what normal Group 2 oil is like. All those molecules are different sizes, different shapes. It's not nearly as uniform as you would think. So when they go back and refine it the second time, say they take out everything that's bigger than 12 inches, all the volleyballs and things like that go away, and they end up with a much cleaner looking base oil. It looks more like water and a little bit less like that amber color. So now that plywood would roll a lot better. It's more uniform and it does a better job. Now on a PAO synthetic, this is man-made. These are products where they're actually making the molecules. It's like running that same piece of plywood, across the gymnasium floor with just marbles on there, and they're all exactly the same size. So it's a much better base oil. The advantages are under really cold temperatures, it flows really, really well. And then under hot temperatures, it does not thin out nearly as much as an organic based oil would. And then the other thing, the reason that we blend with it is really the biggest reason is it won't break, it won't shear. Organic oils, the bond between the carbon atoms, the carbon hydrogen, they'll shear and break down over time with temperature and pressure. PAO synthetics, their bonds are 4 or 5 times stronger. It's really hard to break them down. And we've actually seen, people run PAO synthetics in like Caterpillar engines on offshore drilling rigs for 40,000 hours, which is like 2.5 million miles on a truck. So that just, we're not recommending you do that, but you can get the idea how robust that oil is. It just takes a lot of force to break it apart.
Right. That sounds like that might be my next trial then.
If you're gonna keep that truck, we have a filter kit for that, to buy a bypass filter to keep it clean under the Franz tab on the website. Put a bypass filter on and put the blue diamond in, and you can easily go 100,000 miles between oil changes. It's really not hard to do at all. I mean, send an oil sample in every 25,000 miles. I've challenged lots of people before because it's kind of a tough concept if you've not thought of it before. I've challenged them to take an oil analysis, using Shell Rotella at 15,000 miles, because a lot of people, that's their general go-to with diesels is 15,000, or at least it used to be. I said, take an oil sample at 15,000 miles, put Blue Diamond in with a bypass filter and go 50,000 miles, and the oil sample will still look better than yours did at 15,000. That oil will still be in better shape. You could probably go 100,000 miles, and that oil will still be in better shape than the Rotella was at 15,000. That's how much better it is.
Wow, that's a big difference.
Yeah, I tried to do a guarantee like that one time, but it just got so complicated we couldn't pull it off. But if you want to try it, I mean, we'll stand behind it. You'll be amazed at how much longer you can go. And once you understand it, and you've done it once or twice, or you've gone, 50, 60,000 miles, it makes your life so much easier. You don't have to worry about changing oil for sometimes years at a time. So
plus it's a lot cheaper in the long run.
Oh yeah. Well, and then you get better fuel economy too. Because there's a thing that's called fluid friction, and the oil, when they put viscosity improvers in there, which make it thicken up when it gets hot. The hard part is that it does add some friction to the inside. So it's kind of like running through molasses or running through a swimming pool. It slows you down. And, the synthetics don't have that problem. They don't use a lot of VI improvers. So they don't have as much fluid friction. And then you get a lot better fuel economy. It really is a good buy all the way around. You have less wear, better fuel economy, and it lasts 2, 3, 4, 5 times longer. It's just people have trouble with the initial price of it.
Right. I don't think any oil's cheap nowadays. So.
No,
okay, well, thanks for your info. That's what I was looking for. Just kind of looking for my next step to keep this thing running as long as I can.
Hey, Eric.
Any other questions, just call and let us know.
As a first-time caller, Eric, I have not yet given away a first-time caller code this week, so I've got your number down, and I'm going to hook you up with the code. Just watch I'll get that to Chad this morning here, and he will text that to you. All righty?
Cool, that'll work.
And that'll help you on your next purchase there, yeah.
Absolutely.
That's great. Well, thanks for your guys' help.
Hey, thanks for listening in. Thanks for being a first-time caller. All right, there it is. And let's see, we got clear lines. Raymond was holding on there. He was going to be checking in from the West Coast, and he had to drop off as well. So we've got clear lines here. You got time to squeeze a couple more in if you want to jump on board real quick. It's 844-844-3388. And we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, it's almost that time of year, Chris. We're starting to talk about old man winter moving in around the country. So speaking of the diesel winter anti-gel we just heard there, that's for your typical, you're going to treat your fuel on a regular basis every fill up. Now, I think you've always recommended, I'm holding in my hand here a bottle of it's the Diesel Winter Rescue. Where does that come in handy? You say you need to keep one of these in your side box or whatever if you're going to be out in the extreme cold?
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily extreme, but if you get fuel that hasn't been treated or you have not treated your fuel, the Winter Rescue is the one that you put in there to melt the wax, basically. It's not a permanent fix. It's more like this is what you need to get you going. The anti-gel is what you should have put in before it even started to cloud. So really, if you're going to be in cold weather, you should treat every tank because you really don't know what's going to happen. Normally, the winter anti-gel is made, it's basically the same as EDT with our anti-gel products in it. So what happens is you end up getting a better fuel economy and everything to pay for the product anyway, but then you get the protection of not gelling up. So, the difference is one is the prevention and the other one is the cure. If you didn't do anything and you're gelled up, the Winter Rescue is the one you want to dump in there that will thaw it out and get you going again.
Now, if you're gelled up, isn't that typically when you're getting plugged up, like in probably the fuel filter or the fuel lines themselves? Is this going to be able to get in there to thaw that?
It can, depends on just how bad you got it. But normally most drivers know to take the filter off and pour some in the filter and then put the rest in the tank and give it a minute to start to dissolve the wax and then it'll start going again. There's wax in diesel fuel. It's just, it's just unavoidable. It's just part of the product. I don't know if anybody's out there is old enough to remember when they used to do canning and they would put wax on top of the, like the jelly or whatever.
Yep.
That's just the way they used to do it. That wax comes from oil. I mean, when they refine oil, that's one of the products that they pull out of it is wax. So, it's in the diesel fuel to some degree, depending on where you're at. In the north, we do a better job of taking it out, because it's colder. But once it starts to get cold, they start to like crystallize and then they start sticking together. And then they coagulate, and they become big enough to be able to see them, and they clog the filter. So once that happens, the truck won't run, and that's where you need the Winter Rescue. The best practice is to put in the diesel winter anti-gel before it clouds. After it clouds, it gets harder to treat because it's already starting to happen. So best practice is before it even clouds, you put it in there.
So at what point do you recommend starting to use your anti-gel treatments? I mean, diesel fuel starts to cloud up at what? Is it in the teens or 20s or below zero? How cold's it got to get?
The crazy thing about it is it's different all over. I mean, it's different from load to load. That's the hard thing about the anti-gel market is every fuel changes. But I remember when we were doing a whole lot of testing, we'd bring some fuel in from Louisiana and it would start to cloud at 27 degrees. I mean, which is, that's not very cold
right.
for us. And, but I could pull fuel from Columbus and it wouldn't cloud until 9 degrees. But then the next week it might cloud at 20 degrees. It's all over the board. So, right now, I guess we're fairly safe, but best practices is normally, we try to get started on it on October 1st. And, part of the reason also is to drive out all the water. There's a lot of water in there. It collects in the system over time. So you clean out the system, get everything nice and clean before the winter hits. It seems like the first time it gets down even below 32 is when you get the most problems. And what happens is the fuel filter is made to collect water and dirt. So let's say you put that fuel filter in there in April, you've got all summer, all fall, and then it just gets down to 30 degrees. Well, water still freezes at 32 no matter what you do, unless you put glycol in there. So that water that's in that filter starts to freeze and it ices up, and then the fuel can't flow through it and your truck doesn't run. That's not necessarily gelling, but it's still a problem. So if we start running the fuel additive earlier on, it just cleans everything out and gets it ready for the season.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, like I said, that time of year is rapidly rolling around. All right. I think, all right, I'm not sure. When you called earlier, it said Tracy, and now it says it's Ray. I mean, what's the name? I think you're in the Louisville area. Is that right?
Hello?
Hey there. Yep, I'm talking to you.
What's going on, Steve? No, it's Rooster. Yeah, I did try to call. I had to stop and get some fuel, man.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, man. I just recently come back across your show, and I used to listen to you and your dad both, man, and run into you several times at the Mid-America. And I just want to call and tell you how much I enjoy listening to you, and been recently using your all's products, man. The stuff really works. These guys that hasn't tried it, they need to give it a shot. It does work. So that's really all I was calling in about this morning.
So can I ask how
foggy and rainy, and go ahead.
How did you find us again there, Rooster? Did you find us on Facebook, or did somebody tell you we were back, or?
Actually, I heard another driver that I run into with up and down the road at night. We got to talking about you, and we both just kind of got to looking around because kind of heard what happened up, at 700. And I said, Steve's out there somewhere. I said, I just got to get to looking around. I just kept banging around on the internet and stuff till I come across you, and that's how I found you, man. And I've been passing the word to a lot of my other brothers out here. So you got a lot of people listening to you every night, man.
That's what I want to hear. I appreciate that. Yeah, if everybody passes the word, they'll find out. All right. Well, hey, it's great to hear from you there, Rooster. Don't be a stranger. And Larry emailed me. You said that 502 area code. Are you based out of the Louisville area?
I am. I live right outside a little town down around Bardstown, Kentucky. I make all the whiskey, but I run out of a terminal out of Louisville and run south about every night. Actually, I land down towards Nashville as we speak. So I just want to holler at you, man. And have a good weekend if I don't get back to you later on this week.
Thank you so much. You do the same. There you go. All right. So he was able to get back through. All right, Chris. Well, I guess that about wraps it up here on a Friday morning. I think we covered all the bases here. If you want to place an order, don't forget to use the coupon code Overnight Drive, just all one word, Overnight Drive. And I guess we're slated to join again sometime in December, right? Hard to believe.
I know, it just sneaks up on me.
So
I'll be there.
I know you're going to be in town for Christmas time because you're going to be here for the Christmas party and all, but are you going to be heading back down south to avoid Old Man Winter for the new year?
Yes, I am. And
you typically do.
I feel guilty telling you I'm down in Florida right now, and I got the air conditioning running, so it's like it's nice and toasty down here.
You dirty dog.
But yeah, I'm okay. I know. Sorry. You're talking about how cold it was and everything. I felt too bad to say anything. I said, I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Well, that's quite all right. Well, you got to get a few hours rest. I know you got to get your flight here later today, but thanks from me and thanks from all the listeners for spending some time with us here. A safe journey, and hope everything goes well. Finding that the last young one. College, right?
Yep, the last one. Then we're going to be empty nesters. So out of 6 kids, he's our last guy, and he's an artist. So we got to go look at a couple of schools that are into that kind of thing, and we'll find out which one he feels the best about and move forward.
All right. Well, thank you much, and have a great weekend and safe travels. And we'll talk to you, if not before, but December 3rd, I guess, would be the date.
You guys have a great weekend, and tell Princess I said hello, and hopefully we'll see you guys soon.
Will do. And there you go. That wraps up another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drives. Have a safe weekend. We'll see you back coming up here Sunday night into Monday morning. Get another week started. Hope you'll join us as well. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.